Hello there, my name is Bruce Rain from Brankus Creations, and thank you very much for joining my stream. Just checking to see that everything is okay here, because it has been a while since I did this. Once again, I have just not been live streaming enough, and for that I apologize. So as usual, a quick little shout out to Steve, hello there, to Jay, who came and went and had better come back. Dana, hello there. Lane Brown, another Dana, hello Dana. Boy, I haven't seen Dana Siberian donkey's years. What's going on? Jeff Barnard, hello. And Sad Mac 356, Drake 9800. Apples Anonymous. Mike Smack Shack. And hello to Prada. Justin Morgan, hello, and Trina, hello. Okay, I think that's everyone I covered. If I missed you, please feel free to complain about it, and I'll say hello. Lazy Jones, hello. So, first of all, thank you all very much for coming. I really appreciate you joining in. Second of all, I've got some pretty exciting numbers going on with my subscribers, and I would say probably either later today or tomorrow I'm going to be cracking the 10k mark for subscribers, so woohoo! So I have to use my incredible influence on people and send people to my friends' channels like Mac84, Steve, Mike's Mac Shack, who else? House of Moth, Macyak. So, you know, if you haven't subscribed to these channels, please jump on and do so, because we're all doing the same sort of stuff. So if you're interested in this, you'll probably be interested in that as well. Is it Amy, I think, Lapierre? I can't remember. I know that I have asked how that's pronounced before, and I've forgotten, because I'm terrible like that. No, I apologise. Had a bit of a rush and a roar trying to get this stream started today, because I've been borrowing cameras, moving cameras around, and when I went to go sit down and live stream today, I suddenly realised that I was short one camera, and so I had to go and borrow one from upstairs. I need to go buy another one, and with this particular computer, when I'm changing USB devices, it just, like, you unplug something and plug something else in, and the whole thing just falls down like a house of cards. So there you go. Power is beyond compare. All right, so Michael Mullet, hello. And okay, all right, so a couple of things I want to just talk about here, if you are watching, because we're doing an analog board for a Macintosh Classic. I thought I'd just take a couple of minutes to talk about the Classic, because it is, if you didn't grow up, you know, if you are not of the age where you were around when the Mac Classic came out, you could look at the computer and ask yourself, why would Apple even release this? What was the point? I mean, why, you know, when you had the Macintosh Plus, and you had the Macintosh SE, and you had these computers that had a 68000 CPU in them, they had 4 megabyte limit, they had a 9-inch monochrome screen with a 512 by 384 pixel resolution, and they had all these things, and then a few years later, 1991, Apple releases a Macintosh Classic, which is the same spec as those ones released years earlier. And you think, why would you do that? What on earth would compel a company in the computer industry to release a computer years later that is the same spec, has the same limitations, 4 megabyte limit, 68000 CPU, you know, really, you know, tiny little screen, pretty sluggish performance. So, you know, you look at it and you think, why on earth would Apple have done that? And it's a very valid question. But to have lived through that period, I can tell you one of the main reasons is price. That looks like a dead spider. And Apple released the Classic. I think it was under $1,000, $900 and something to buy. I think something like that. And that was a bit of a breakthrough. You know, if you were like me, who had always loved Macs and had used Macs at work and had used Macs at like friends' houses or whatever, and had never owned a Mac, all of a sudden, a Macintosh, albeit a slow one, actually suddenly entered our budget. And that was a pretty significant thing. And so, and then of course, it was also very, very big in the education market. That lower price point meant that a school could get a whole classroom full of them for, you know, a pretty reasonable price. So $9.95 US. Thank you, Mike's Mac Check. They were, of course, more out here, but even still, it was still a lot cheaper. So, you know, it's all very well to criticize the Classic for, you know, what it does, or more importantly, what it doesn't do. But it did actually get a lot of Macintoshes into homes that couldn't afford them once upon a time. And my home was one of them. It was the first Mac that we had in our household. It was a Mac Classic. And so anyhow, that's just something I wanted to bring up about the Classic. And of course, because a lot of people did have that as potentially the first household Mac, or maybe the Mac they used at school, there's probably a fair bit of nostalgia associated with it. And I actually find that there are a lot of people collecting these. I do get lots and lots of Classics for recapping. And, you know, I mean, I can't really blame them. Dana, g'day. Did I say hello to you already? I thought I did. But you may have gone away and come back again. Welcome, Dana. Have you been doing any stuff? I must know. Okay, so... I mean, I'll just call you LaPierre. It looks to me like aim. Take aim. I'm not sure. Anyhow, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's very well to look at the price of these computers compared to today's pricing and what you can get for $1,000 in a computer these days, but we are in a very different world today. Okay, so yeah, all right. So yeah, because I've got a stack of Classics and Classic 2s here. Now this is actually an analog board for someone, a customer of mine, who sent me the logic board. So basically, they contacted me and they said, my Macintosh Classic needs recapping. Can I just send you the logic board? I said, yes, of course you can, no problem. So they sent it back to me, or sent it to me. I recapped it, sent it back to them, and said, look, I've still got problems with this Classic. I said, well, look, you know, Classics, pretty much all Classics and Classic 2s have problems with the analog board as well as the logic board. It's one of the rather unfortunate things, but the Classic is right in that period of, you know, dodgy capacitors. You know, it's similar to, you know, the old sort of G5 iMac that came out later on, you know, with the problems with the capacitors and those. I mean, you pretty much won't find one without some capacitor leakage. Now, you might have a G5 iMac and it works, but I pretty much guarantee you that if you open that up, you will find at least one bulging capacitor in there, even if the thing's still working. So, Dana's been watching stuff. Well, that's something. We just would need to progress you along to doing stuff. So, yeah. All right, so as usual, I'm going to grab my little Ziploc bag for this particular customer. I'm going to find out what the job number is for this in my job ticketing system that I need to try and get ready to, you know, hand over to other people to use, because it's a bit mean, me just using this all for myself. Where are my bookmarks? Where are my bookmarks gone? What the hell, man? Okay, here we go. That's right. This is I'm on this computer's running El Capitan, and it doesn't synchronize the bookmarks with my other computers that are using newer. Okay, so this is job number 93. 93. So, all right. Now, I was just quickly going to mention this. Mike from Mike's Mac Shack, you mentioned yesterday that you're planning to stream this weekend. Is that still the plan? Are you still planning to live stream? And what are you planning to live stream? Time for a plug. Time for a plug. What's in the plans there? Okay, let's just go to the analog board, edit, and let's go in here and have a look and see. I haven't got any. I haven't got any information here the customers provided other than the conversation that I spoke to you about on Sunday. Okay, so Mike is going to live stream on Sunday, which will be my Monday, and no clue yet. Okay, it might be a PC thing. Say what? Okay. Now, I just want to also do a quick little reminder. There is this rather sensational website. I'm going to put a link in the stream. Oh god, the arrow keys don't work on this keyboard anymore. Just so you can see the state of this keyboard, and you won't wonder why some of the keys don't work on it. This is the keyboard I use down here. Now, there's meant to be a big aluminium cover on here, and there's not. A few keys have fallen off, and so it's not quite in tip-top condition. So, yeah. Nice. Let's plonk that back down there. Careful not to touch a key. I do still have the thing, just in case anyone's wondering. There's the bit that goes on the front, the aluminum that goes on the front there. It just fell off one day. It fell off. I mean, it might have been because it fell from a height, but it just fell off. Got a few dings and there, so there we go. All right. Ooh, don't go there. Okay, that'll do. That's fine. Right, so, yeah, it mostly works okay. The keys that don't work are the delete key. So if I type anything with spelling mistakes, that's why. The delete key doesn't work and the arrows don't work. The numeric keypad may not anymore. They did until quite recently, so I'm not sure what happened to it, but something happened that just upset those keys. So, anyhow, it'll do for now. Right, now let's test the old top view camera, shall we? Top view. Whee! There we go. Look at that. Now, I bang my head on this thing all the time. So, what if I bring it up higher here? Should zoom in. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to zoom. So, we're going to go here to that one. And then we're going to go to that one. And then we're going to go to that one. And then we're going to go to... Come on. Zoom. Boom. There we go. That's enough. That's enough. Can I get it out of my way and you can still see? All right. There we go. All right. So this is the old analog board here, the old classic analog board. And for those who are not used to using this, thank you, Mike. Thank you very much for the super chat. That is much appreciated. And remember, go towards new keyboard. Yeah, I will have to get another one. I've got. What I really should do is I should bring one of the older ones down here. One of the ones that isn't quite so brittle, because they do get knocked around a little bit down here. You know, get one of the old iMac keyboards or something like that. It really doesn't need to be one of these new flashy white ones. Okay. Oh, Dana, thank you. Keyboard fun. I mean, I actually love these white keyboards, the ones with the little flat keys. I mean, I know a lot of people hate them. And the big problem with them is that if you get even the slightest droplet of water on them, they stuff up. They are just so poorly insulated inside, because I guess they're so small. But I love typing on them. I love the feel of them, and I love they're very quiet as well. So, you know, if I'm typing away, you don't get that, you know, going on. So, but oh yes, I was in the process of doing something here, and I got sidetracked. Right, so I'm going to post a link into the chat, and I want everyone here to visit it, please, when you have a moment, if you would. This is a rather awesome website where you can type in serial numbers and it will tell you stuff about the computer. Now, it's worth mentioning that it is starting to show the results for vintage Macs as well now. We're actually in the process of making, when I say we meaning the person whose site it is, sorry, this just looks a bit dirty. The person whose site it is, and we, the vintage Mac community, because it is up to us to expand the database. And we do that by visiting the website, putting in the serial number of our vintage Mac, and if it comes up and it says, I don't know what that is, you tell it what it is, so that the next person to search will get it. They'll get a result. So I've been doing that busily. I've been going through my collection and sending serial numbers off there so that, you know, when next time someone goes in there, for instance, if you've got a 2CI and you go put your serial number in there, it'll recognize that now. So how it calls that. So that's so then that's the first thing. But the other really important thing on that Apple serial number website is there is a poll on the main page, on the landing page there. If you go down, you go, vote for next month's Mac of the month. And there are some Macs there, I tells you. You've got Macintosh 2 from 1987. You've got the iMac 24-inch early 2009. You've got the Mac Mini early 2009. And you've got the MacBook Air 13-inch early 2015. 4 sensational computers. I will not hear anything bad about the MacBook Air. Thank you very much. They are 4 sensational computers, but I would love to see the Mac 2 win. Now, you can vote for whichever one you want, but I'm just saying, I would love to see the Mac 2 win, and if you are also a like-minded vintage computer person, you might want to see the Mac 2 win as well. So, there it's said. It's said. It's said. If you click it, you'll turn Dutch. Okay. Right. Alright, so here we go. We're coming back to this board here. Now, we've got this protector shield on the outside, and what we are likely to find when we remove this shield is we will almost definitely find leakage on this part of the board. We'll find leakage on this side of the board. There's actually seeped through from here. And the culprits are these little guys here. A little group of capacitors right there. And they, I mean, you can see gunge here. I mean, there is, oh, you can't because it's a bit shiny. But take my word for it, there is gunge there. I'll show you with the microscope a little bit later on. Michael Weir, hello, welcome to the live stream. I do apologise to everyone that I have not been live streaming much lately. Been very busy, but I am working on that. I am going to be live streaming and repairing a lot more lately because I have made a few changes to the way I do all my job tracking and all that sort of stuff, and I am endeavouring to try and get through all the repairs that I have here, and I'll be live streaming some of them, not all of them, because live streaming I work a lot slower than not live streaming. I can generally do like 3 recappings in the time it takes me to do 1 recapping in a live stream. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to turn on my machine. For those who aren't aware of that, that's the solder sucking machine that goes when you press the button. And I also need to turn on my fume extractor. The switch is under here. Somewhere. Where is the switch? There it is. Okay, there we go. And of course, I need to show everyone my fancy new swivel soldering iron tip holder. Isn't that cool? Love it. Love it. Whee! Oh, there's a spider on my desk. Only a little one. Okay, so let's get these little things out. I hate these little black things. Does anyone know what they're called? I want to buy a whole bunch of them. You know these little black plug things that hold the cover on? Mike? Anyone? Does anyone know what they're called so that I can find some and buy some? I want to buy a big bunch of them because I lose them. Oh, they come. I hate them. I hate these things. I hate them. I'm not sure if they're a standoff. They're not actually a standoff. They're actually holding these things in. Black plug things. Great. Great. You could stream straightening your work area. It's already straightened. What are you talking about? This is the cleanest my work area has been in a long time. I mean, you can't see the floor, but the floor is clean. It's awesome. I love it. Just removing the plugs. Plastic cotter pin. Plastic push rivets. These are all good things for me to be searching for. I am going to be searching for those. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. I'm enjoying not streaming right now. Yeah, sorry, Steve. We have had the pressure on a little bit lately, haven't we? Yesterday, for anyone who didn't see it, we did the Maciac show, and we finished the show, and we're like, "Yes, Steve, are you streaming?" And he's like, "I've got to put up shelves. I'm not going to be working on computers. I need to put up shelves. So so leave me alone." And Jay started giving him a bit of a nudge. Jay from House of Moth, you really should stream. And then I jumped on and said, "You really should stream." And so, I tell you what, hats off. Steve streamed. He streamed himself assembling the shells. It was fantastic. It was a little bit noisy at times, but it was a very entertaining stream. And of course, it was very rewarding at the end when he started putting all those monitors and things up on the shelves. Was a shame about the timber not quite fitting. I found that I felt your frustration with that, Steve. I really did. Look at this. That there is the leakage. So, where's this going to go? He's going to go here. So let me tell you a couple of things about the old Classic Aruni. If you have a Classic, there are certain... Here we go. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, there's a link in here. Oh, there. Now that's... Oh, wow. Whose is that? Whose is that? Whose shelf is that? I don't know that shelf. What are those things on the top? They look awesome. So that's yours, Dana Siberia, yeah? That's yours? They're VT100. So they're like terminals or something, are they? Are they like dumb terminals? I'm not sure. I apologise for my ignorance. Okay. Okay, I'm just going back over the chat. It's moving fairly fast now. It's my fault. Yeah, I pushed Steve over the edge. Yes. But look, as I was working yesterday, and I have to tell you, you wouldn't think so. You'd think, who would want to sit there and watch someone building shelves? I actually found it very entertaining. So it was good keeping me occupied while I was working. All right. There we go. So, what we know from looking at this here, we can see leakage, capacitor snot, as Dana has mentioned. And there's really no doubt about the fact that this one needs to be recapped. So, generally, when you're working with a Classic, there are a whole number of symptoms you could be getting that would indicating that you need to recap it. But if the problems you are having are wavy lines or distortion on the screen, chances are it's going to be the analog board. Or if you have problems with the sound, probably the analog board. I've seen people send a photo of a Mac Classic where it's got like a checkerboard screen and it's got wavy lines, and they go, "What's wrong with this?" When I would generally with that say, both of your boards need recapping. Chances are the checkerboard's being brought about from your logic board needing recapping. Can of course be the analog board, but probably your logic board. And the wavy lines, the wavy screen is your analog board. So just be aware, anyone who's wanting to buy a Classic, if it hasn't had both boards recapped, it will need doing. It might need redoing. It will need redoing. So just keep that in mind. If you're thinking of buying one, factor that. Either if you're doing it yourself, that time, or if you're getting someone else to do it, that cost of getting those things done, because they will need doing, not maybe. This is a kind of cool thing that I like about the Classic. When they manufactured this, they manufactured it as a single board like that, and then they snap this off as the little thing that goes onto the back of the CRT. I just think that's kind of cool. It's cool. Okay. The analog board is the exact same in the Classic too. It is and it isn't. It depends on the vintage. There are two different versions of the analog board, and you can tell them apart by this little plug here. This is the yoke connector right there. I'm sorry that it's not a little bit closer. Let me get closer. There we go. Look at that. That's the yoke connector there. Are we out of focus now? What the hell? Let's bring up this webcam settings panel, and I might go on autofocus for a little while and just see how we go. Oh, am I on the right one? I think I'm on the right one. It's not focusing, is it? What if I do this? Oh, that's getting worse. I take it can't focus that close. There we go. That'll do. I've got this thing under my chin. So this is the yoke connector here. There are two different variations of this connector. As long as that connector is the same on the yoke of the computer, then you can use them on either computer. But I believe it's the very early classic ones. They have a slightly different yoke connector. I can't remember which one this is. We'll find out when I go to test it. We'll find out whether I've actually got a computer I can test it with or not. So, yeah. But essentially, they are pretty much the same one. Now, keep in mind, of course, this is a 240 volt one. If we have a look here, we can see a nice big fluoro little sticker there that says out of focus 240 volt. There are differences between them. For example, if you have the 110 volt version, there will be a capacitor here. On this one, there is no capacitor there. They can be swapped around. They can be changed by putting, you know, the thing here. And I've actually got one here at the moment. Customer sent me one. It's a 110 volt one. He said, can you convert it to a 220 volt version? And I'm like, maybe. Never done it before. It's theoretically possible, but I've never done it before. So it'll be something to look forward to. Okay. Get rid of that. Oh, well, thank you very much, Drake 9800. Smash! Oh, we've got a request. We've got to have that. We're going to have to do that, aren't I? Okay. I have to come up here nice and close to the mic and go.
Smash that like button.
There we go. All right. Got to see a nice big view of the back of my head there. That's nice. Okay, I like the barcode label. Yeah, the barcode label's great, isn't it? The fact that there is actually no barcode on it whatsoever. No, these aren't serialized. There's none. There's no number here. So, which is a real shame, because when I get boards in, I like to actually record the serial number in my job ticketing system, so that if for some reason things get muddled up, I know which board belongs to what. So with this one here, it's got like a ICT7, you can't see it there, ICT7 and 8L stamped here. And I've taken close photos of that so that, you know, if for some reason it did get mixed up with another board, I would be able to identify it, because I'm unlikely to find another board with that written there as messy. ICT7E8L, whatever that means. All right. His children on screen. Yes. Right. You'll have to translate that for me, Dana. I'm afraid my French is a little bit. I know a little bit. I know things like pousser les boutons and things like that, but that's about it. That's push the button, by the way. If you want to say press the button, you'd say appuyer les boutons. So, yeah, okay. G3 slot mode, as it turns out, I was able to revive them by leaving them plugged in for several days. That is an indication of capacitors on the way out. So that is definitely not a repair. That is a temporary measure. I'm just warning you with that. So, okie dokie. So, all right, here we go. We're going to have to start taking some of these caps off. I generally don't replace all of them, because not all of them are bad. You know, I mean, I could, but as I've said before, this really comes down to a cost thing. You know, what's a Macintosh Classic worth? If you're going to send something to me for recapping, and I'm going to charge you, I don't know, $150 or $200 to recap an analog board because I'm going to replace every single capacitor on it, you know, is it going to be worth that for you? The main concern here is just getting it working again. So I'm going to get rid of the ones we know are bad. I mean, look at this guy. Have a look. Have a look. Let's jump across to the microscope, because we haven't done that today. I do that with this one. Is that it? That looks like a microscope. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Where was he? Where was he? This one. You can't tell. You can't tell under the microscope. Oh wow, my white balance is all bad. See how blue it is? That's shocking. Oh no. Do I dare switch it off and try and get it right again? I'm scared. I mean, things might just completely break, but I've got to try. I have to at least say I tried. My computer could crash. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got no picture. This is what I was telling you happens when I do. Oh, look, I'm freeze framing all of them. Bow, bow. I assume you can still hear me. Excellent, good stuff. You just can't see me. You can see me in that last moment, that last bit, that last little bit there. All right, so obviously I'm going to need to sort this out. So if everyone can just sit tight for a moment, I'm going to quit OBS and relaunch it, and we'll see if it works. If that doesn't work, I will have to restart the computer. So I am going to be going offline for a little moment, and for that I apologize, but please sit tight and talk amongst yourselves and have a good one, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so we are somewhat here. Let's just do a few things here for the good of our health. Let's go here to. You like that picture? It's good, isn't it? And we'll go that. Default. Streaming. And then we go here to that. I'm just zooming in a little bit because, well, long story, but I'm zooming in a little bit. And then we will go update profile. And then we go across to side angles working. Cool. Again, that one's looking a little bit on the cruddy side. So let's just go that one. It's a little bit better, but it's still crap. That's okay. And let's go to this one. That is top view. And we will load in that. And that should make it look a little bit better. Oh, that looks nicer, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So the only camera we are in trouble with at the moment is the old microscope. He's a black. I can't see him. So what are we going to do about this? All right. So, do we continue without a microscope? We don't really need the microscope that much for this because they're all big caps. Or do I restart the computer? Let's just continue without the microscope for now, just until we'll see if we can get by without it. But we will. My pursuit of perfection on white balance. It's come back to haunt me. Light. We need that one, and I want this. Doing. That's as far as I can zoom by the looks of things. Yeah, that's as far as I can zoom. Right. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, sorry about that, folks. My apologies. It wouldn't be a Branca stream without technical difficulties. At least on the bright side, we don't have that terrible audio synchronization issue I was having last time. Remember, I kept on going out of sync. That was just tedious. Where can I get those puzzle screw bits? That was the basketball game, Jay. You're back sooner than I thought you would be. What's going on? What's going on, man? So this is... thank you, Jay, for that nice little bit of plugging. But these are my little bits and pieces trays. There's a 4x4 one, and here's a 1x1. They all come apart, and they all interlock like little puzzle pieces. And some of them are a little stiffer than others, depending on. Yeah, so there's a little 1x1, and then you've got sort of 1x2, 1x2, like that, and then they all interlock. And I am just gradually building up these, and I will be using these to hold things. And of course, I can build them to any shape that I want, and so I can have them all around my microscope and things like that. And so, anyway, they are. Thank you very much, Michael. Much appreciated. So they are my own creation that I did with my 3D printer. So I will be releasing them to the rest of the world so that if people want to print their own and make their own, they are modestly called Brankus trays. So yeah, I mean these are my little 3D printed things. So yeah, it just occurred to me. I wonder if I could 3D print those little black plugs. Probably be easier to just buy them, but yeah. Right. So we've got to start taking some capacitors off. We know we're going to take all of these off for absolute certain. I'm going to probably take this guy off, and probably this guy and this guy and this guy, and I'll probably take this guy off as well, because I don't like them. And maybe this guy and maybe this guy. So some of the really little ones, generally don't worry about those. They just don't seem to have any problems on these. These are the main problems here, and you can see because of the way they all leak through. In order to get these clean, I do put these in the ultrasonic cleaner. Yeah, and I know what you're thinking. What? The reason, I mean, they do get very clean in the ultrasonic cleaner. It's very good for them. It can solve a lot of problems. But, of course, we do have a speaker on here, and speakers don't like ultrasonic cleaners. So what I actually do is they're riveted on. I drill these rivets, take the speaker off, and then I ultrasonically clean it, and then I put it back. Another thing I also want to mention about these classic boards, happens a lot, classic analog boards. This metal piece here, as you can see, there's a metal piece here and here. They're soldered to the board here, 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 here. It's very, very, very common, three varies, for these to get cracked solder joints because of the amount of weight hanging off them. So they'll all need to be resoldered as well. We'll have a look out for any other cracked solder joints, but it's not usually a problem on these because they're kind of not old enough. But we will have a look out. And they don't have as many connectors on them either. The old SEs and SE30s, they had loads of connectors. These basically have this connector here. Everything else is just wired straight onto the board rather than using a connector. This one's just wired onto the board. All right. Dun, dun. 1.4 for SE cogs in the US. I need to replace them in 4 floppy drives. There is a let me see if I can find the link for you. I think it might be someone on eBay that sells them. I'm going to just have a look now on the old ebay.com. I know where to buy them here in Australia. There's an awesome supplier of them that make really, really good quality gears. But obviously that's not going to be very cost effective to buy it in the US. So, floppy drive gears Mac. Oh, okay. None of what I just typed came up because I got a little... Well, just as I was about to start typing, I got a little alert from Google that stopped me from being able to type. Floppy drive gears Mac. At least the return key still works. Yeah, here it is. It's these are good quality gears. There's no doubt about it. You can buy one on its own. You can buy 4, or you can buy 2. So I'll send you the 4 because you said you needed more than one. I can't remember how many you said you needed. Did you say 4? 4. You need 4. There you go. So I'm going to put this link in the chatty chat. And I can vouch for the quality of these ones because I have bought them before. And they are goodly. Copy. Paste. Okay, there we go. There's floppy drive gears. So basically, I buy them here in Australia, and you can see where's the camera? There it is. That's them here. I buy them in obviously some significant quantities because I use a lot of them. That's the little floppy drive gears here, and these ones, they're just, I think they must be resin printed or something, and they are so good. They're really, really well made. These ones, green ones, from an Australian seller that I won't mention, rubbish. 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 You put them in and the floppy eject mechanism freezes up. Rock solid. Won't work. Don't buy them. Don't buy the green ones. I think I may have upset that seller too. Although I never actually mentioned them by name. I don't think I did. Maybe I did. But I did poo-poo their cogs and they banned me from buying anything from them anymore. So, what are you going to do? I mean, the easiest thing would be to have not sold me rubbish cogs. But, you know, maybe that's too much to ask. Maybe I'm being unreasonable. Right. Caps coming off time. Am I going to be flippity-flippiting constantly and just doing one at a time? I'm going to be doing this with the machine. I know as much as possible. I do try and demonstrate stuff. I'm not just doing this to say, hey, look, this is how I do it. I'm trying to demonstrate stuff in a way where you can do it yourself, and not everyone has one of these sucky machines. So I just, you know, I do like to in my videos, and I've actually got another. Recapping a classic analog board video on my channel, and on that I do actually show 3 different methods of removing the solder. One being with a manual solder sucker like this, one being with solder wick, and then of course the other option is to use a machine like this. So yeah, they're very handy things to have around. They block up a lot though. This one does anyway, because this is a cheap one. That's better than nothing. I really will get a good one day, but it's just, you're just constantly spending money doing this stuff, and every now and again you just sort of have to say, no, no more. You shall not pass. Right. Oh, it's not hot yet. 422. This goes to sleep when you leave it, so it's gone to sleep. What? Oh, I like that. Jay, if you're watching, I like that. He just 3D printed something and I like the look of it. Okay. Right. Here we go. That just fell out. Oh my god, that stinks. Oh, far out, that stinks. Oh, man. I forgot how awesome that smell is. I'm going to talk over a couple of problems that you might have if you're going to recap these. I'm going to do that a little bit later. Because there are a few problems that you can encounter. What if I should go side view? Should we go side view? Let's have a look, because I can zoom in on side view. Side angle. Zoom. It's a little bit dark, I realise, but I can resolve that. Zoom. Might have to zoom out a little bit more. Zoom. Yeah. Which way? That way? That way. There we go. That way. That way. That way. That way. That way. That way. There we go. Let's just see if we can make that look a little bit neater, shall we? Lighten them up a little bit. Oh, that looks awful. Yeah. That'll do. Looks a bit cruddy, but, you know, maybe a little marginally better than what we had before. There's one. Oh, that one's a bad one. We're going to have a look at these a little bit later. I know we're not going to do it on the microscope because the microscope camera's not working. I mean, it could work. All I have to do is All I'll have to do is switch the computer off and on again. But that does tend to interrupt the live stream. Just removing caps. Now the good thing is that I don't actually need to make any note of which ones these are, where they go. That's because I have a recapping guide for this one. The only problem is that it there? The only problem here is that for folks that might be wanting to do this at home, I think there are some variations between the 110 board and the 240 board in terms of some of the capacitor sizes. So you may find that this capacitor is not coming off very easily. What? 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 I need my goggles. I've lasted for as long as I could without my goggles. Oh, it helps if you unsolder the right thing. Jeez. Jeez. Let's put some solder back on the spot where I removed solder that I should not have removed. Heat up. Thank you. There we go. All right, let's have a quick look at the chat here because I have been delinquent in my reading. Right, okay. How are you coming along with responding to emails? Oh, far out. Far out, Trina. My apologies. I still haven't done any, as you may have realised. I haven't done any, but I did mean to actually respond to yours the other day. If you want to ask whatever you want to ask in here and I can answer it on the live chat, I am happy to do that. If you want to do that. You may not want to, but if you want to do that, I'm happy to. Oh, and Treaty, you must let us know when that thing arrives from Grudy, so we can do a little dance. This soldery sucking process is definitely made harder, by the guncon here, because solder just doesn't melt as well when it's dirty. Okay, that's all of those really scungy ones gone. Then I'm just going to remove some of these others that I mentioned I would possibly remove, maybe. It's my expert's tip. If you take a capacitor off, don't forget to replace it. That's not right. Come on, man. And this guy. Now, I have, let's say foolishly, just assumed that I have all of these caps in stock. No, I think I do. But let's not be surprised if when it comes time, I run out of some. Because I do that. My stock control system is still not fully operational. Pretty bummed about the microscope. I'm sure there's stuff I'd like to do on the microscope. Okay, so I think that will be the extent of the capacitors that I removed for this recapping adventure. So we can put little Mr. Away. So goodbye to Does anyone out there know someone who says a lot? I know I do. So maybe I should call this the Bruce machine. I say a lot. In some of my videos, I did a beginner's guide to soldering video a while ago. Some of you may have seen it, may have not have seen it. And I say all the way through that. I cough all the way through it as well, which is really embarrassing to watch back. But I say all the way through the darn thing. And I actually had one guy leave in the comments saying, you know, something I can't remember. I don't know, something hurtful. I'm not sure about saying all the time. There's oh, is there? Oh, okay, Dana. I see. All right. Oh, got to look at all this chat. My goodness me, crikey. Okay. Right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Anyone who sent me messages and hasn't got replies. I mean, seriously, I get messages every day, and a lot of the time, there's sorts of messages that are. I mean, I sympathise. People are sitting there and they're putting a lot of thought into the messages and they're writing me these really long explanations of problems they're having with a computer and can I help them fix it? And, I mean, there's just a limit to how much time I have for answering those sorts of things. So, okay. Okay, right, here we go. I love you. Oh, the SCSI 2SD models. Yes, thank you very much. I've got more SCSI 2SD stuff coming. I'm partway through a video which is taking me forever to complete because there's just so much I have to film for it. And that's where I'm actually building my own SCSI 2SD. I've got most of it is filmed. I've just got little gaps in it that I need to do. Yep, cool. It's not working. I was hoping to send you both boards. Look, yes, that's fine. You didn't want to have a crack at fixing it yourself, Trina? So many of the Kemet SMDs are out of stock. Oh, that's not good to know. That's not good to know. Make a supercut of yourself saying, yeah, I should from that video, I should, yeah. I did a supercut of someone saying, once. It was fun. Moo. Thomas Armstrong, thank you very much for that. You see, Thomas Armstrong's someone who's got boards with me at the moment as well, so I've got to get onto those. They're all logged into the system. They're going to get, they will definitely get done. This is why I'm dedicating this weekend to repair. Thank you very much for the $5 for coffee. I appreciate that. What level of soldering skill is needed for SCSI 2SD? A pretty decent surface mount soldering skills. I wouldn't recommend doing it without some form of magnification. Wouldn't necessarily have to go to the lengths that I go to here, but even if it's like a little USB microscope or something like that, because you do need to solder one of these onto the surface. Where's the camera? There's the camera. I'll zoom into it. Telephoto. There we go. That's as close as I can get. Where is it? There. Yeah. You have to solder one of these onto the surface. And as you can see, there's some pretty tiny pins there. And there are a few little capacitors that are only 1 millimeter in length. I'm not sure what that is in American measures, but 1 millimeter is pretty darn small. So, fairly good surface mount soldering skills are recommended if you're planning to put your own SCSI 2SD together. What I would generally say to people anyone who is thinking of doing their own, I would only recommend it to someone who's potentially got like a stack of computers and need a whole bunch of them. Just knocking out one is just not really cost effective. Better off just buying one. They're probably more for people here in Australia because they're very expensive to buy here in Australia, even from me. I am the Australian reseller for SCSI2SDs. Thank you very much. Do jump on to recapamac.com.au if you want to buy yourself a SCSI2SD here in Australia, because you will find them for cheaper than anywhere else in Australia. And that is not a guarantee. I'm just pretty sure it's the case. Here we go. So do super chats accelerate the board repair? No, but I can try. You have nothing here to even start doing the recap. Okay, fair enough. Why not? I wonder. We'll have to check and see what the postage cost would be. Check and see what the postage cost is to Australia, Trina, and compare it to Australia, because you might be better off sending it to Steve. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but I'm always just mindful of the postage cost of sending those things to you. Have you ever had to replace QP1 on the analog board? My Classic won't see any SCSI drives. Tried swapping the SCSI chip and no luck. Saw this could be a solution. QP1. There's QP1. I haven't had to replace QP1. There he is there. But having said that, I have not had a fault that you're describing there. So, there is one fault, and I can't remember. Someone did tell me what the fix was. There's one fault where you end up with the computer just keeps restarting itself. And that can just be the caps, but, there is apparently something else that can cause that. Drag solder is my friend as well. I love drag soldering. Retro Checker Bruce, once more watching, and I'm amazed at your skills. Well, thank you very much. It is 1 millimeter in US. Okay. Oh, pizza! Awesome, well done, Data. It just wouldn't be a live stream without you stopping for a pizza partway through. Excellent, that's great to hear, Michael. It's price to ship to AU. I don't know what the price is like, because Trina's in Canada. I don't know what the price is like to send to Australia from Canada. I know it's expensive from the US. It's only in that direction. It's cheap for me to send stuff from Australia to the US, or from Australia to Canada. The cost is not bad at all. But sending it from the US to Australia, who knows why? It is insanely expensive. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, he declined. He had not done an analog board before. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, all good. We're all good. We're all good here. Right, so I might just get in here with a bit of a toothbrush, because we've got rather a lot of cap snot here. Thank you for that word, Dana. I like it. If I can just work out where to put this. See all that? You see all that gunge? That's not right. It's not how it's done. So that's all going to have to go. We're going to have to get that cleaned up. Now, yes, I am going to put this in the ultrasonic cleaner, but maybe I should clean it now before I put the caps on. What do you reckon? I can put it in the cleaner. I can work on something else in the meantime. I just sometimes find it's better to put the caps on the clean board, because the aluminium on these caps goes a funny color in the ultrasonic cleaner, because weird things happen to aluminium in ultrasonic cleaners. So, aluminum. So maybe I should ultrasonically clean this first. People could get upset. But I could move on to something else to recap. Should take a few moments to look at the juiciness of some of these. Focus. Look at that. Sorry it's so dark. I think the problem I have, the reason why it's so dark at the moment, is the camera currently has the, what do you call it, the teleprompter shroud on it. And so it's going through a mirror at the moment. It's going through a two-way mirror. And so I think that makes the picture darker. I've got some more here. I mean, there's no doubt. You know these things are stuffing up because of the way they look. And where's one of these got a bulge? You savvy bulge? There we go. There's a bulge. Focus. Focus. There we go. See the bulge? We see the bulge. So, he's not happy. So dark. Alright. Ha! Sorry. Yeah, I really should ultrasonic it. So let's take the speaker off. So for that, we need to get our delicate equipment. Back in a second. Not going far, don't worry. Just over here. AEG. Fine quality drills. Made by Atlas Copco, who also make Milwaukee. I like these drills. Just in case you thought I was kidding about drilling holes in this thing. A bit smaller. Oh, come on. That size. That's a good size. 3.5 mils. Might change to the top view for this. Yay! Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. One of the things that I love about this drill, well, there are two things. First of all, the one that when you let go, it just locks immediately. It doesn't keep spinning, which of course a lot of drills do these days, I know. But the thing I love about this one the most is that the chuck, you know, it's the sort of the drill sort of self locks when it's finished, so that you can tighten the chuck up, and you don't need to hold the thing from spinning. So I'm just saying, I like it. Okay, speaker time. We're gonna get rid of the speaker. Yay! Can't see it, can you? Let's try the other side. We're spinning the outside, but should be able to get that off now. But I'm going to knock that over, aren't I? Come on. Off you come. Off. Really should have just drilled it from the other side and not this side at all. Shouldn't I? Yes, this is one of the odd ohm speaker rating, this one. I think it is 63 ohms. And no, I have not been able to find replacements. The closest I've been able to find have been 50 ohms. And they do a good job. They're the ones I use when I'm replacing them. I'll show you what they look like. Always keep a few of these on standby. There we go. Little 50 ohm speaker. Not quite the same size, so you know you can't necessarily use the same mounting holes, but a little bit of hot glue gets you out of any strife. Or maybe I should make a custom mounting bracket with my 3D printer, because I'm all about 3D printers now. Off. You thing, you. God, this one's really hard. I've really jobbed it up. I mean, they're not normally that difficult. Okay, so we need to undo the speaker. So let me just check. The one with the stripe goes onto black. Stripe goes onto black. Stripe onto black. Not going to fire up the machine again because it's gone to sleep. So we'll just get ourselves some solder wick. A bit of wick here. Love the old wick, magical stuff. Capacitors. There we go. So now the speaker can come off and we can put him to one side. We will test the speaker while we've got this off. Anyone who, you know, these speakers do go. It was quite funny because I've had quite a few of these fail. And I remember there was someone on one of the Facebook groups and they were saying, you know, the person said, I've got no sound out of the speaker. And they're like, oh, it's this or that or the other. And I said, check the speaker. It could be the speaker. And this person's like, oh, no. Speakers never go on these things. And I'm like, yeah, they do. And sure enough, it was the speaker. Where do you reckon my multimeter is? Anyone? It's one of them, but it's not the one I want. Anyone? No, it's right behind me. It's a fluke. So I'm going to put this on resistance, and I'm just going to measure the resistance across the two pins of the speaker. And it should give me a reading close to the impedance. The impedance is 63 ohms, so I should be reading a resistance of around about 63 ohms across here. And I am reading, well, let me just take these off. Well, I'm just clicking with the mouse here. I mean, I've got to be careful I don't click the stop streaming button. And I'm reading 59.7 ohms, so that's close enough to 63 for me. So that's a good speaker. Good speaker, no problem with that speaker. Put him in the little plastic bag with the other bits for this job. Now, hello, Halion. Right. Lower impedance, I'll be a little bit louder, I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it works that way. I don't know. I need to ask someone with electronics experience. You can, of course, just stick like a resistor in line with it to bring them up to the same resistance. You know, like if you put like a 10 ohm resistor in there, you'd take them 50 to 60. And that would probably end up making it a little bit quieter. I'm not sure. But yeah, those little speakers sound excellent. They work well, and no one ever blew up. I didn't ever blow any of them up, so that's good. Now I'm just going to get a little bit of flux and tidy this up. Seeing as this is going into the cleaner, I don't mind getting gunk all over it. So I'm going to put some new solder on some of these holes because, you know, they don't look too crash hot. Fluxy, fluxy, fluxy. Fluxy. Flux on the run. Okay. Okay. A little bit out of view here, aren't I? Here we go. How's everyone doing? All good? 128K, which makes high pitches whine the whole time it runs. This means something on the analog board is bad, or can it just be a bad speaker? I would think it's probably a problem with the analog board. Oops. But don't quote me on that. It's most probably generally... I mean, is the squeal coming from the speaker, or is it coming from somewhere else on the analog board? Because things like flyback transformers like to squeal, and particularly the old 128Ks had those little flyback transformers that were really rubbish. And so, you know, they had little thin flyback transformers, not big fat ones, and they were awful. Speaking of which, that joint is terrible. I need to clean that up. because that's what I do. Clean stuff up. And this one right here is really crusty and black, and the solder's just not melting. So I want to clean all the crusty stuff off so that I can get the heat where it's supposed to be and start melting that solder. There we go. There we go. You can all relax now. Pretty dicey there for a minute. Alright. Okay, so as usual, we put solder on, then we take solder off. Sorry about the view, guys. The microscope thing. Just so upsetting. Something goes wrong on just about every one of my streams these days. Just technical issues. I used to blame those technical issues on the fact that I was running Collins Patcher on this 3.1 and running a newer operating system than it would work with. And I was like, yeah, that's got to be the reason for it. And then I decided I'm giving up with that. I'm going back to an operating system that this is meant to run. So I went back to El Capitan, and I'm still having problems. Just got to crank this up a little bit. I'm getting lungs full of this stuff. Incidentally, this is leaded solder I'm using. It's not lead that I am getting breathing in, because lead doesn't actually turn gaseous at this temperature, but it is all of that flux stuff, which of course is not good for you. So you definitely want to make sure you're not breathing this stuff in. It ain't good for you. Being someone that used to smoke in my earlier years, I definitely try and avoid getting horrendous things into my lungs anymore. House of Moth, hello. Blame it on the free software OBS. Yeah, well, I would, if it wasn't for the fact that it happens even without OBS. So if I even just fire up Photo Booth, I won't be able to get this camera to work. So, can't be that. Alright, sorry, I've got to go back. I'm almost to set 10k subscribers. Yes, I know. Thank you very, very much for mentioning that. I do expect to actually tip over the 10,000 mark later today or early tomorrow. I generally pick up between 30 and 60 subscribers a day. So, yeah, it is a foregone conclusion. It will happen. And then we'll, do a little dance. Maybe sing a song. Did it down. Did it do? Right, just checking to make sure I've got all these holes. I just want to make sure that they're all cleaned and ready for new solder to go on them when this comes out of the ultrasonic. Do I risk having the ultrasonic on while I'm doing the live stream? It's bloody noisy. Oh, I've lost some metal there. I'm going to have to do some creative stuff with that when I put the new cap in. These ones are looking pretty good. So I don't have Do Not Disturb on, so I'm getting all of the conversations from my Maciac friends. They're all chatting away about things and stuff and such. So that's why I keep looking at my watch. So this is very similar to what I do when I'm recapping the surface mount. You know, I just like to make the all the pads clean and ready for new stuff to go on. Just means you're going to get a better quality job done. So the problem I have here, right here, you can't see it very well, but right here, a little bit of the copper has come off from the hole there. So I'm going to scrape away some of the copper, some of the coating around it, so that I'll be able to put a great big glob of solder on that and turn it into a nice big solid joint, even though some of the metal is gone. It'll look nice. It'll be customers. It'll be a custom one. Wow, some interesting stuff being shared around on the groups there. Right, so that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. How fine is it? Very fine. Yep, that's come undone. You can't. Oh, well, I'll show it to you here. This. See how it's coming apart? So we're going to resolder that. Take the old solder away first. Is the ultrasonic cleaner fixed? No, it's not. So in my last stream, I unwound a transformer. And at the end of that unwinding process, I found a distinct lack of motivation when it came to winding it up again. And I just started thinking about, I'm just going to buy a new power supply. So my ultrasonic cleaner behind me is currently running on 3 transformers or 6 transducers, rather than the normal 4 transformers and 8 transducers. And it still cleans very well with that quantity in there. So this one here, this one I think I will clean in that one. It's a shame because that one is insanely loud. That one's not too bad. I might see if I can fit it in this one. I'll see if I can fit it in the little one. Because if I'm going to do it while I'm live streaming, what a nightmare. Nightmare, I told you. Right. So we're going to try and solder this on. Let's I'm going to just grab one of these things and hold it tight like that while I solder it on. You can't see that. I'm doing all this cool stuff and you can't see it. Terrible. Not really cool, but you know. Stay. Thank you. Need lots of heat for this part because I'm soldering onto this metal piece. So it's got to get nice and hot in order for it to be able to accept some solder. There we go. Now there is something I need to do, and I might do it right now, and that is I need to turn on my ultrasonic cleaner and start getting it warm. Turn her off. What? Come on, it's Friday night. Good night, Trina. Thank you for joining. Just let me know if there's anything interesting or important you want me to talk about. I do miss things sometimes in the chat because they go by so quickly. Put this drill away now. And all my drill bits. $6:20 PM. That's pretty early. Right. Let's put the drill away. Ha! You have to print another one, Jay. Jay 3D printed a little thing, and it would appear that he lost it. Someone took it from him. I should just throw that away. I don't know why I'm keeping it. I've got all this stuff on my ultrasonic cleaner that I have to move off. I'm working on storage plans. So what I'm actually planning to do, so everyone knows, I'm gonna, all this stuff that's behind here with all these tools hanging off it, that's all gonna go, and it's all gonna get replaced with pegboard. 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 And I am going to, oh man, did you hear that? I am going to then have pegboard hooks and things, and I'm going to try and make better use of that space behind me because it's the only kind of wall space that I have. Now, I'm going to get this thing here, which is a heater, which you probably can't see from the camera, and I'll pop it in here and do a bit of a rush on getting this thing warm. Not too rushed, because I'll tell you what, that thing gets warm in about 10 minutes with that thing in it. It's a little heater thing. It's a little submersion heater. You just drop it in there, switch it on, and it just heats the water in that bath in about 5-10 minutes. So just saves me time, gets it up to speed a lot quicker. But I do need to set a timer. Hey Siri, set a timer for 10 minutes.
You don't have the timer app installed.
What? Don't give me that nonsense. What do you mean I don't have the timer app installed? Who deletes the timer app? I use the timer every freaking day. It's there. Stupid. 10 minutes. Stupid. Live stream the pegboarding. Yes, well, I just have to decide what I want there. There's this really nice black metal pegboard at my local hardware store, well, hardware chain. We have this thing called Bunnings, which is a little bit like the American Home Depot thing. And they have this really nice black metal pegboard, and I really like it, but it's quite expensive. So I'll have to work out how much it'll cost to do all that, or I can just go that, you know, sort of MDF sort of pegboard, which I wouldn't like as much. All right. Okay. All right. That's enough. All right. That's enough. Okay. That's enough. Okay. All right. I was going... Oh, that's right. I've still got a few more to clean here. They weren't particularly dirty in the first place, but let's do them anyway. Flukes. All the ultrasonics getting warm. And then, of course, we have to decide what we're going to do while it's ultrasonic kicking. I'll have a look at my repair sheet and see what we can have a look at. I've got quite a few computers that are part way done. So I'll just give you a little bit of a reasoning behind that. When I have loads and loads and loads of work on, I basically take on, you know, a job in the order that they came in, and I start working on it. Now, if it's not a straightforward recap, or a straightforward trace repair, or a straightforward repair of some description, and I do all the work and it all looks okay and it still doesn't work, I kind of have to put that to one side, because you know, when I'm trying to get through lots and lots of jobs, just getting bogged down on something that's going to take me a few hours. And because the other thing I usually have to do is I have to get back in touch with the customer and say, look, this thing's going to cost more because it's going to take more time, because it's not just a straightforward repair. So what has ended up happening with me being so busy lately is I've ended up with quite a significant pile of those troublesome jobs. And I need to go in and revisit those and just, you know, sort of work out if they are worth repairing. Because, you know, when it comes down to it, the customer may not want you to spend that much time on it, because it just may not be worth that much to them. Yeah, or then just going in and revisiting what it is that I actually have to do. So, all right, well, that one I think is now ready for the ultrasonic. These, of course, need to be dried very well afterwards, but because there are lots of things in this that can sort of store liquid. But you know, I've done it many times before, and they've all survived. So, Okay, sounds very familiar, Bruce. Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. I know. So let's have a look at the job ticketing thing and see what we've got. Oh, you know, I could go back and have a look at the Spaghetti Mac too. How far did I get with that? That's this one, I think. Just have a look. Oh. Yeah, this is the Spaghetti Mac too. So this one here, we didn't get working, and I really feel like I'm extremely close to getting it working. So I kind of want to... I'd really love to see this one going. I'd love to get it out of my hair because it's huge. Does anyone recognise this? Anyone? Anyone? I'll give you a few seconds to answer. Need to 3D print new ones of these or something because I want ones that fit the Mac 2 properly. Power button from a Mac. You're exactly right. Extra points if you can work out what Mac it is. LC boards out the caps last night and 3 caps fell off with the pads. Yay! Okay, so yeah, this is the Spaghetti Mac that I couldn't get working before. Certainly not going to work with that there. And I've basically got to go over and inspect this with a microscope. What am I going to do? What do I do? What do I do? If you can't see my microscope, what do I do? We're going to have to chance it, aren't we? I'm probably going to end up having to restart the computer, just go offline for a bit. No one wants that. No one wants that to happen, but it might have to happen. It is, incidentally, just to answer my own question, this is, I'm almost certain it is a power button off one of the 800-y type computers, like either 800, 840 AV, was it 8100, one of those ones. I'm pretty sure it's one of those. It sort of slots in at the front. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it's from. It's a bit mean for me to ask people to guess it and then not actually be 100% certain myself, isn't it? So mean. Okay, so let's... Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try something here, and it probably won't work, but I am going to try this. I'm going to disconnect this camera and then plug it in again and see if it comes to life. Now, what that could, of course, do is completely and totally destroy everything. See, that's what we're looking at the moment when I look at the microscope. We're looking at blackness. So everyone sit tight. I will be back if I have to restart the computer or something like that. I will be back. I will be back online, so don't freak out. Let me just get this and go bookmarks and go bookmark this tab. Done. And then if I go to bookmarks there, where is it? Where is it then? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Live streaming. Okay, all right, it's right down the bottom. So, so sit tight. There are currently, I think, 37 of you watching. So for those 37 people, please, please remain patient because something may or may not happen, but I will be back. I promise. So unplug. Okay, well I'm still here. That's something. Oh, I've got to white balance it. That's how this whole thing started. Oh, come on. Oh, no, don't tell me that's stuffed up again. I thought I repaired that. Microscope. It's not the microscope. Oh, the microscope's not here. Microscope. One more. Off and on. Be good. Oh, look at that! Do-do-do-do-do. Look at that. We've got a microscope and everything. Right. Alright, well that excitement's passed. Now let's look at this and see what we can find out. So, what we know about this is we know that it doesn't work. What we also know is that it had some terrible corrosion. We are going to have to hunt this board down. This is going to become like a Mac 84 stream now, where we basically try and find breaks and traces. It's like this would be like Steve's, you know, his Moby Dick, the old 840 AV. So, where most of the damage was, will shelving be put up? As in behind me? Are we talking to me? Sorry, we were talking to someone else in the chat. I just butted in there. Hello, Quadra-mile friend. Hey, there's a bit of the power button. Oh dear. So that goes. It goes here, like that. No, like that. And they lock in. It's spindler plastics, guys. Anyone who is not aware of the spindler plastics, Apple went through this period where they were making Macs with plastics that were fine at the time, but then just died later on. You know, I haven't ultrasonically cleaned this. What is that, you reckon? I think it's from something that a spider ate. Oh, timer done. That's not. I don't want to bring this to the boil. I'll be back in a second. Okay, let's switch that off. There we go. And let's test the temperature in this thing. Temperature. Thermometer. It's currently 70 degrees. I have to let that cool for a bit before I put the board in. It's a bit warm. Maybe not 10 minutes next time. Maybe we'll just do it for 8 minutes. Okay. So that's Celsius, by the way, for anyone who's sort of thinking, what sort of temperature is that? Yeah, it's about 70 degrees C in there at the moment, so it's a bit warm. Right, so what we do know about this computer is it was covered in spaghetti repairs, but it still didn't work. Now, the first thing I did was I removed all the spaghetti to get it so that it looked nicer, and I replaced it with my form of... My form of repairs. What is going on here? Oh, I need one of these. Oh, Alan, can I borrow your keys? Oh my goodness. What? Sorry, there's all sorts of silliness going on over here. I just got to sort this out very quickly because it's a microscope. I use it. It's very important. Very important piece. Okay, put that there. That's where I want that. I have a bit of a conundrum here at the moment. I mentioned this, I think, in like in a live chat in one of the streams that I was on recently, probably one of Steve's, and I had something here. I had something in this shed that was in a really stupid place. I'd stored it in a really dumb spot. And I was cleaning around here and I was like, why have I got that in that spot? That's a really dumb location to have it. So I grabbed it and I put it in a sensible spot. Now, I remember the dumb spot, but I can't remember the sensible spot. So I have been trying to find this thing and I have got no idea where to look. I don't know where is this location that I deemed sensible at the time that I cleaned it. So, okay. Right, let's have a look here. We should all be... Hopefully you guys are in focus. Let me just check. I believe... Okay, let's just change the old text here. There we go. Spaghetti. Right, okay. A bunny poo. Yeah, I don't think it's a bunny poo. I suspect it looks to me like the remains of an insect that's been eaten by a spider. That's all I'm just saying. That's like that. Okay. Yeah, I've updated my text. Sorry. Thank you, Dana. Did both locking screws... There are 3 locking screws on that thing. They must have been working their way apart for a long time. Greg Thompson. Hello, GT. How's it going? How'd your... was it you in the chat I just glanced saying that your screen was going red? I had that happen on this thing. Okay, alright, let's see if we can fix this. What's going on? Why can't I turn this thing with my nose? I've done it up too tight, that's why. So here's all the repair work that I did before. You can see it's all beautiful and delicious and everyone's happy and they're singing and laughing in the streets, and so, you know, what's the problem? Well, the problem is the thing still doesn't bloody work. Now, a smart man would probably just put this in the ultrasonic cleaner to see if it fixed it. But I am not a smart man. We now just have to go on a hunt for... Sorry, that scalpel blade was looking a little bit scungy. I just wanted to make sure I shouldn't replace it. Whoa! Jay was when I sent a pic. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. That's soldered? Yeah, that's soldered. So we're just hunting. We're just hunting and looking and looking and hunting. Da-da. 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 I realise this is pretty dull, but it's basically that's what we have to do. We've just got to hunt them down. The problems that the areas that you generally have problems with on these Macs are around here, where I'm looking here, essentially around where these batteries would have once lived. So we're looking for any damaged-looking traces around there. And of course, we had some real nastiness going on over here. You see we've got this little chip here, and you see I've had to do a whole bunch of trace repairs, and we've got some hair here. It's not my hair, I can promise you that. Very light. So as you can see, we have to do all these trace repairs along here. Real nasty stuff. You know, this worries me. There's the potential for there to be a problem here. I felt fairly confident about the repairs when I did them, but you know, that confidence is waning now. Then over here, this is another spot we get lots of nastiness around these 2 little guys here. So yeah, got that going through there. That's good. These look all okay. then you often end up having problems leading down to these guys here, but I generally don't worry about repairing those because we don't really need those pins, so anything that's busted on the way down there can stay bust. There's another one of those little spider blobs. Did the batteries explode on this one? Not explode, slow leak. They're more of a slow burn. And that's what I find with most of the Mac 2s I work on, because despite the fact that Dana hasn't been able to find a Mac 2 to buy, I actually get them to repair all the time. Yeah, and I find with most of them, they have battery leakage problem, but it's not like a big explosion. It's just more like just a very minor seepage that just works its way. The batteries that came on these, which were the... Oh, look at that. The batteries that came on these, which were the Varta axial batteries that were soldered onto the board. So they're a little Varta 3.6 volt battery with the wires coming out of each end, and they were soldered onto the board. They are good. I mean, seriously, they're very good batteries. If you've got an old SC or something in them, chances are they won't have leaked much. But they do eventually just leak a little bit out there, but they generally don't do explosion. How many litres is your ultrasonic cleaner? This one over here, the little one, which I'm going to clean the thingy in, is a 10 litre. Just be warned that if you're buying a 10 litre, it will not actually hold 10 litres. I mean, it's 10 litres. The canister thingy, the bucket, what do you call it? The tray, what do you call it? Tank? Tank, that's a good word. The tank is indeed 10 litres if filled to the brim, but you can't fill them to the brim. So this one here, even though it's a 10 litre, probably only holds about 8. So there's about a 2 litre gap at the top. But that's a 10 litre. This one here, I think, is 20 something. This is the one I made. But this one's a very different one because it's long and flat. Whereas the other one's sort of a different shape. So this small one is great for classics, classic 2s, SEs, plus SE30, analog boards. You know, I can fit a lot in that, but it lets me down a bit if I'm doing things like, you know, sort of these great big boards like I'm working on at the moment. The Mac 2 won't go into that, won't go into it at all. I can clean probably a third of the board in it. Great explanations I've learned from you. Thanks. You are most welcome, David, and thank you very much for the super chat. That is much appreciated. Basin? Yeah, basin's another good word. Alright, so let's keep working. Let's keep working because we want to see something working in this live stream, don't we? That's what we're here for. We like working. We like bringing these things back to life because, well, if you're like me and you're a bit of a vintage computer fan, there is nothing more rewarding than taking something that was a goner and bringing it back to life. Wow, look at that. What is that? That's off an insect. It's part of an insect. There's no doubt about the fact, because obviously this is a shed, this is a workshop, and there is no doubt about the fact that that is something that a spider has eaten and discarded. It looks bizarre. Becoming a horror live stream. Horror! So just looking for the dark dots on the traces. They will generally be found in a sort of a concentration. You'll find them usually all in a particular area. You know, parts of this board are actually very clean. Why is there flux here? Did I remove that one? Someone's removed that one. And this one. I didn't remove that. Look at the heat. I didn't do that. It's not me. What the hell, man? I'm going to take that off. I don't like the look of the solder on there at all. I'm going to whip him off. I'm going to make it even browner than it currently is. That's been taken off as well. I didn't take that off. I didn't take that off. Didn't take that off. Someone who's been messing with it. And that's a bit of a worry, because someone else did the work. I don't know how well they did it. I'm very frightened. Does anyone know what that is? I know what that is just by looking at it. I mean, that's not like a wild boast or something. I mean, I look at enough of these things. It's not a really weird thing. But you will find virtually the identical item on an SE30. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Other than a chip, not really. Well, it is actually a sound chip. And one of the giveaways that it's a sound chip is this is a stereo computer, and there are 2 of them. 1, 2. And there's the speaker output. I'm really concerned about the fact that someone else has taken off a whole bunch of chips on this and put them back on again. So this has been recapped. In the previous stream, I recapped it. So just a quick recap. I did recap this recap. Such a bloody big board, this thing. It's a pain in the neck. I don't think we got any sort of chime when we fired this up before. Zulcheruni. Now, the thing that worries me, I mean, maybe they took all of these ROMs off and put them back. It's a little bit of a worry. I think I do have another 2 board here, possibly. I've got my own. I suppose I could check to see if they've got all the ROM chips around the right way. Just, you know, it always freaks me out when people have worked on stuff before I get it. I just don't know what state they've left it in. I mean, I did have that once. I had someone send me a Classic board, I think it was, from memory, and the ROM chips were around the wrong way. Right, well anyhow, let's at least get this one off that I don't like the look of. Going to get my little heat shield here. I'm just going to see if the ultrasonic is cool enough for me to drop this board in, and then we can start with that horrendous noise. Something to look forward to. Oh yes, oh yes, yes, yes. Right, what temp are we now? That's cool enough. Yeah, why not? Okay, I'm going to drop this analog board in. I'm going to have to take the basket out because the basket will make it too big. There we go. Basket comes out. You can't see this, but I'm going to describe it to you as best as I can. I am now lowering the ultrasonic board, the classic, what do you call the thing? Classic analog board into the ultrasonic cleaner. I'm going to currently set this for, I think this might want a good 15 minutes. And it's now running. Too noisy. I think that's definitely a manageable amount of sound. Let me know if it sounds awful. Right. Okay, so let's take this guy off and put him back on again. Have a little look around. Look at that nasty solder ball. Nasty. So you can hear it, can you? That's not what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear what you can't hear. Oh man, I'm going to have to turn some of this stuff off. I've got the air conditioner going. I've got my hot air station. I've got the ultrasonic cleaner. I don't want to blow a fuse. Imagine that, just like midstream everything stops. That's fine, I'm good. You know, there are probably things I can do, like, because I can put filters on things, sound filters. What if I go here to filters, noise suppression, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Any of those sound better or worse? Who knows? Who knows? Got some flux, add some solder, we're going to clean up these pads and we're going to put that thing back on. Heat up. Heat up. Thank you. No difference. Cool. It is a pain to put a CPU socket on a classic board. Let's get all the tests sound identical. All of them. There is another thing I need to do with this board that I haven't done so far, and it's an absolute must if you're ever working on a board that's been worked on by someone else, and that is flip it over and check the back. Because sometimes when people are working on these boards, they knock components off by accident. Okay, now whenever I'm soldering a chip like this, I will typically tack on one pin from one side, like shuzbutt. I need my big tweezers. How come whenever I want the little ones, all I can find are the big ones, but when I actually want the big ones, I can't find them? What the hell, man? Here they are. Here are the big tweezers. All the big tweezers because they can go, they're bigger, basically. There you go. Like that explanation? Right, so we're tacked in, 2 locations there, and next we're going to flux it and drag it. Flux drag. Flux drag. Friday. PLC socket, you have to cut the bottom of the socket out to solder it to the board. You're talking about those surface mount ones. I've never actually had to put on a surface mount PLCC socket. I've only ever done through hole ones. Alright, air conditioner's coming back on now, I'm getting hot. Alright, let's have a look on the underside. We'll see if anything's been knocked off. I just want to check something here. I don't like the look of that. Don't like the look of these holes. Concerned about whether... See how they're mixed in the middle? I'm worried about whether that's actually going through to the other side. So we're going to have a look on the other side and see how that looks. That is... See, look at them. Look it! What a mess. I do not like the look of that. Or that. Especially when it's out of focus. What am I doing? What's this one? That's 2FX. Oh, that's that 2FX that I just cleaned recently. Sparkly cleaned and repaired. All ready to go. So yeah, that's of no use to me. I was hoping for the Mac 2 board that I could test some measurements on. Because I would really like to know where these are meant to go, because I suspect they're not going where they're meant to be going. One of them is almost definitely going to ground, or is meant to go to ground. Let's get that old multimeter again. Right, so let's go into beepity beep mode, which you won't be able to hear with the sound of that ultrasonic in the background. No way! No way! And I'm going to... Okay, well that's promising. Went to ground okay. Yep, that's good too. So as sus as it looks, it's still making contact, so we don't have to worry about it. I just took a chance that the ground was that the negative was going to ground, which it was, and I took a chance that the positive was going to one of the voltage rails, and it was. So we're all good to go with that. So let's flip him over again, and let's just see if anything's been popped off. So I'm just looking for. Let's just get this out of the way. As you can see, there are all these little, what do you call them, ceramic capacitors all over the bottom here. And I just want to make sure that they're all there. That doesn't look like any of them knocked off by accident by someone. And of course, if I'm still not able to get this going today, what's that? Fine. Yeah, if I can't get this going, the next step will probably be just to ultrasonically clean it, because it is dirty. It does have lots of scunge and gunge. And we just want to make sure it's all clean and tidy. Ooh, what's going on there? Let's get a little bit of beepity beep beep on that and see if we've got some continuity there. You won't be able to hear it, so I'll just simulate it for you. Beep. 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 Yeah, so As bad as they look, they do appear to be making contact. And they will need to be cleaned up, but I don't believe they are the fault. I would never leave them like that. Never, ever, ever. Yeah, we're all getting beeps here. Oh, who's off? Must wait, there's no parking without headlights, it needs me. Okay, no worries, Dan. Thank you very much for joining in. Haven't seen you in a while. It was great to have you back again, so thank you very much. And hope to see you next time. Well, I never. Apart from all the time. So, nothing appears to have been knocked off by accident. So we're still just going back to trying to find problems, but I'm really majorly freaked out now by the fact that some of these components have been removed by the previous person. It's not the owner. The owner contacted me and said that someone had had a go at it, but not them. I mean, I don't see any bridges or solder balls. I mean, little solder balls, but not ones that are actually stuck in anything. This is the ugliest part here, which you can't see because, you know, you can't see. David Stahl, hello. Thank you for joining. I'm going to whip off the CPU. It's a long shot, but I did have one of these where there was some corrosion on some of the pins of the CPU, and well, there we go. One side of the analog board is done. I'm planning to 3D print myself a removal tool for these CPUs. Something customized, because to be honest, everything off the shelf is rubbish. Well, someone's had this CPU off before. Pins are a little bent, but I don't believe that would be causing the problems we're having. Jeez, some of them are really bent. What a mess. Concentrating, sorry guys. Alright. So very soon we're just going to be reverting to one's been to manual methods such as hitting it. Maybe I might swear at it a few times. See if that fixes it. I'm just going to do what I did then to the PMMU. This little thing that I'm lifting off now is the, was it paged memory management unit, something like that. Once again, just looking for like a pin that might have been broken off or corroded through or something like that. No, it looks good. Now, I want to just try something very quickly here, because I'm going to go to this website called Recap-A-Mac. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's this website that has these rather cool recapping guides. But what I like about this one most of all is the fact that it has, oh, I've got the wrong one, is the fact that it has really nice high-resolution images of the boards rather than like really ugly old ones. And so if I want to look at something with a bit of detail, I can get a pretty darn good view of it with these. So, oh geez, my eyes. Sorry. Okay. 108B, 106B, 105B, 107B. So it's going 8, 7, 8. It's going 6, 5, 6. 7, 8. 7. Is that a 6? No, that's a 6. 6, so that's good. 6. That's a 5. 5. Yep. Okay, the ROMs are in the right position. Just needed to be sure. Just make us feel better about ourselves. Okay. How long have we been going for? A long time, I suspect. Let me flip the old analog board over in the ultrasonic cleaner over there. Wait a second. Get in there. There you go. Get in there. Oh, thank you for that, Steve. I may take you up on that. We'll see. I believe... I mean, really, the only ones that can go in the wrong way are these ROMs. Everything else only has one way of going in. So I think I'm probably okay for the moment. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to power this up. I'm going to connect a display card to it, not the one that I lost the... Is this the one that I lost the thingy? Yeah, this is the one where I lost the crystal. I still haven't repaired that, but that's coming. It'll get repaired, don't worry. I'll repair it. So let me just get a display card, because for those who aren't aware, you need display cards for these. Let's get that there. I'll plunk him just in the middle. Like that. Now, I've got a power supply, but I'm not going to use this power supply. This one, I'm not going to use it. And you think, why? Why wouldn't you use that? That's the right power supply to use. The reason I'm not going to use it is because that power supply requires that you... Sorry, the wind was probably blowing on the microphone there. requires that you have batteries installed. I have a power supply that I've rigged up that does not require batteries be installed. And this is it here. When I plug it in, like this. Okay. Get in there. Yeah, thing. Stuff. Alright. We wanted to get a speaker connected up to it. This one would work, you know, but I won't use that one. This one? Does this speaker work? I mean, this speaker looks awful. Look at it. Look at him. Incredible. But he does make noise. I'll plug that in there. I'm not going to connect the monitor to it yet. I just want to see if it goes ding. It didn't before, and I don't expect it will again, but just want to be sure. And then we'll plug this in and we'll go. Whoopsie. Okay. So what I can tell is that there is power getting through to some of it, because when I press the restart button it goes. Now what I'm going to do is just connect the screen to it, just to see if we get any sort of picture, because even though we don't have sound, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're not starting it. I'll just unplug for that. I have this feeling that I've done a lot of this before. Okay, got that. Plug in the power. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. So what's interesting is I'm getting a signal. It's black. There's nothing coming out, but I am actually getting a signal to this monitor. So what that suggests to me is the new bus side of things are okay. So in other words, this display card is actually working and sending out a signal because I'm getting a green light here. But there's no actual picture, which means that this part of the thing is not working properly. So I might take the RAM out. Very carefully, because these are plastic clips. Yep. 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 I'll try and use some leverage. I hate taking these RAM things out because, you know, you could break them. Now, what I want to do now is I want to switch it on and see if it makes a sad Mac chime. But I don't think it will. No, still nothing. So, all right. Well, we've still definitely got something wrong with it. And obviously, especially given the fact that in this particular session, I've done nothing. I mean, nothing. I did nothing to it apart from poke it. I poked it a bit. But what I do want to do with this is I do want to chuck it in the ultrasonic cleaner. So that's going to be the next thing. I won't be doing that on this live stream because this has to go in the big ultrasonic cleaner, and it is so loud. I can't even think while it's on. So, Mac 2, you have a date with an ultrasonic cleaner, as do some of those other ones. Right, the other one's still in the ultrasonic cleaner. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to have a look at how long I've been live streaming for. I'm going to also put this RAM into a little container. That is 85, that's good. That there. This one is... Oh. Jobs. New jobs. Mac 2, Mac 2, Mac 2, Mac 2, Mac 2. Mac 2, here we are. Spaghetti Mac. This is number 87. Put those in here. Put those in here. Oh, the job 87. Right, let's just jump on and have a look at the chat very quickly. And then we'll make an assessment about how long I've been going for. I haven't even been going for 2 hours. I don't know. What time did I start? 12. No, I have been going for 2 hours. Just I had that technical glitch at some stage. So I had to quit OBS and come back to it. So let's just have a quick look here at the chat, see what people's thoughts are, see what everyone's thinking about what's going on at the moment, and whether we move on to something else or whether we call it a day. So, G5 towers are heavy, yes they are. Would any chips get hot if they were the point of failure? Possibly. I could, if there was a short there, definitely. I could always stick the old heat thingy on. But usually what I find is it's the other way around. When those things aren't working properly, it's things that are meant to have some heat in them, don't have any heat in them. What else can we fix? Well, should we have a look at the job? I'll look at the job tickets and see if there's something here I could just go down and grab that might just be a nice, quick, easy one. Because I've got to do this stuff, whether I do it in front of you guys or I do it later on. Going to be doing it. Let's go to received. Oh yeah, I should be working on that one. I should be working on that one. I should be working on that one, but I'm not going to. I've got I've got really dull stuff here at the moment. Anyone want to see a 475? LC 475? I can do that. Anyone? Just not going to recap. 475 is pretty easy recap. It's a nice quick one. Yep, alright, LC475. I'm going to head up and get one. This is job number 99, 100, 101. So, there's a classic in that lot as well. So, classic. I'll bring that whole box down and we can pick up what we want. 99, 100, 101. Okay, I am going to just do this thing here where I go over to this thing, and I go to this thing, and I go like this. Hello. Okay. Let's do this then, shall we? Recapping an LC475. Okay. Okay. Tiring but rewarding. That's what cleaning is all about, that's for sure. I'll tell you what, I've recently cleaned up my office and it has been so rewarding. Just about killed me last weekend. I was having to do all this physical exercise. Awful. Who sends Mac recaps in a PC box? What? Who does that? Who does that? How dare they? How's what? Logic board. Right. So, LC475, who's got one? And if you have a Quadra 605, that qualifies as a yes. Oh, and there's some NAF Performer version of it too, isn't there? Ultrasonic's finished. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. Sorry, I've just got to pull my pants up. Don't want anyone getting any views that'll give them nightmares. Get my tongs. Let's have a look at how this analog board's looking. Oh, that scunge has gone away. Oh, this looks delicious. Like a new one. The next thing we need to do is we need to drop this into a bath of isopropyl alcohol. Some people say to just use distilled water. I prefer isopropyl alcohol because of the way that it displaces the water on the board. And, oh wow, excuse me a second. I left myself a booby trap. Don't want that. Don't want that. Okay. So yes, I like the fact that the isopropyl alcohol displaces the water, and it also means it'll end up drying fast because the isopropyl alcohol has a much lower boiling temp. Okay, all good. Everything is good. I think this board's gonna come out looking pretty good at the end. So, sorry that you can't see me at the moment, out of camera. There's nothing I can really do about that. Just dripping off some of the excess isopropyl alcohol now before I drop this into the oven. And I might need to turn the air conditioner off while I've got the oven on because it's going to be putting me a little over budget on the watts. Just taking a line there from Apollo 13. Okay. Now that was the amps, wasn't it? Over budget on the amps. There we go. Into the oven. Don't want it too hot because it is an analog board. I'll whack that on there. And then we'll come back and turn off the air conditioner and I'll roast. Actually, it's not too bad. It's quite cool here today. Very mild, very mild. Off. Actually, it's got an economy mode. Why don't I try that? I think it has an economy mode. Maybe not. Oh, I'll leave it off for now. I can cope. Right. So now, I asked before who has an LC475. So, yeah, we've got a few. Told me the shift solenoid is bad. That's one of the things that mechanics say. Mechanics love saying the word solenoid. I've experienced that. I know that people, they just love it. As long as it's not your sphincter valve, that's the main thing. Is there a model that you haven't worked on before of the 80s, 90s Macs? There are a whole stack of them, really. And that's because there are so many models out there. During a particular period of time, Apple was just punching out so many different models of Mac. And I certainly haven't worked on all of them. When it comes to the really vintage ones, the really early ones, pretty much all of those I've worked on, I would think. I don't think I've done an 800, a Quadra 800. I've done 700, 900, 950 and the Quadras, but I don't think I've done an 800. I've done 840 AV, 660 AV I've done. All of the really early ones, so 2X. Oh, actually, have I done a 2X? I don't know that oh, no, I have. I have done it. If it's on my recapping site, I've done it. Simple as that. And there are a few that I have done that aren't on the recapping site. So. Steve, are you streaming after Bruce? Steve, are you streaming after Bruce? Okay. LC3. I don't have an LC3. I would love to have an LC3, but I don't have one. I've got a 2 and a 475, but I would love to have an LC1. I mean, I know they're garbage, but I'd still like to have one. And an LC3. I like the LC3 because you can put more RAM in it. 475 is killed via battery. Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done. Yeah, it is summer over here at the moment, and it's been a very mild summer, and we've had a few hot days. I think, what is the temp today? 24 degrees Celsius today, which is just, that's nothing. I mean, that feels like winter to me, but not quite winter, but the and that's outside. It's a little bit warmer in here because the sun hits the metal, and so this becomes a little oven. But the I think we've got a warm day forecast for tomorrow. But I mean, compared to last year, this year's just nothing. So it's a walk in the park this year. Oh, thank you, Jay, for the advertising, the little poppy in the advertising there. I appreciate it. No Mopar shirt today. No, today it's a xenomorph. I love this. I just love this artwork. How nice is that? It's cool. So I'm a bit of an Alien fan. I do like the movies, most of them. Don't like all of them, but I like most of them. I like the original one. I like Aliens. And I didn't even mind Alien 3, to be honest. Thought that was a half-decent movie. You know, sort of, they changed it around a bit, got it back into a different style. It was the one on the prison planet. I didn't mind that movie. Steve will be sleeping after this. Fair enough. At Elisa and a Quadra in the first Mac 5 megabytes. Lisa, yeah, I've got a Lisa here at the moment that I need to repair. It's actually quite funny. I had a customer come in here, a regular customer of mine. I came to pick something up yesterday. Shout out to Akim. And it was quite warm yesterday, so I said, come into the house and that, because normally when I'm exchanging hardware, I just do it at the out on the front porch. Just being for a couple of things. First of all, just so people aren't sort of traipsing in and out of the house, and also, there's that whole COVID thing and everything. But it was very warm yesterday, so I came into the house and he just came in and he saw the Lisa and he said, "That's a Lisa." So, yes, it is. But I don't get to have it for much longer. So this is my 475. We're going to change to a top view and we'll have a little look at it. This one here is a very different story to what we've been working on up until this point today. This one is much newer, much tidier. Yes, we know we've got capacitor leakage. You can see it up here. It's clear as day all around there. Probably not through this view, but you will see it when we get the microscope happening. You can mainly tell because there's dust adhered to the goo. You have this shiny part, and then you have this dull bit where dust is stuck to the capacitor leakage. So it's that. I mean, I really like the 475 because it is an 040 chip. I know it's only an LC, which means it doesn't have a floating point unit in it. But, these are great. They've got the LC processor direct slot, so you can stick network cards in them. You can stick a an Apple IIe card into them. They're reasonably zippy, and they're small. They're nice and compact. When you are, thank you, Justin, much appreciated. When you are, you know, if I'm doing testing and stuff like that, if I want to test hard drives or I want to test floppy drives or whatever the case may be, or even testing RAM sims or something like that, just whip the top off these and you got everything there. You can just pull out the hard drive, pull out the floppy drive. You know, they're really great. The only downside is that the 475s and 605s were made during the spindler plastics time. Quite a contrast to like an LC2. If you have an LC2 and an LC475, they look very similar in terms of the shape of the case. LC2's got really good plastics, 475 rubbish plastics. And almost everything is held into the computer with plastic. So to get this board out, there are these little plastic things here, that they're latches that go on there. And you've got to pull them apart in order to slide the board out. And when you pull them apart, they just go snap. Bummer. What can you do? What can you do? All right, so let's jump across onto the microscope view and we'll just have a look at this stuff here. And we'll zoom in and get a little bit of focus. So I'm going a little bit out of sync here by the sounds of things. Yeah, my microscope. Oh, and yeah, I'm all out of sync. I'm all out of sync. I'm so lost without you. Okay, there we go. I think we're in focus now. Even if we are out of sync, we'll just have to deal with that. That's okay. All right. Oh wow, I'm all fogged up. So yeah, look, it's really not too bad, but you can see the way the dust is hanging around here, and that dust is hanging around because it's sticking on to some of this capacitor leakage. I dare say that when I go to remove these, I will get some fishy smell. I do like to try and protect the serial numbers when I take these caps off. Oh, and look, here's one thing I hate about the 475. Check this out. Uh-oh. Check this out. Look at these two caps here sitting in the middle of two plastic things. What a pain. Oh well. Okay, I'm going to put this little bit of tape over that serial. And I might even stick a bit of metal over it as well. Who says I don't care? I'm just going to move this thing for a bit. No. I was hoping there'd be something under it, but it's not. Where? Come on. I'm starting to warm up now. Okay, get that. Oh no, I'm nearly out of Captain tape. Far out. I need to buy some more. Jeez, I didn't even notice I was running low. Right. Is that going to be enough for me to get those off? We'll see. Hot air. That's what people say about me. They say, Bruce, you're the hot air specialist. And I go, yes, I am. Thank you. What a lovely compliment. One little cap. Two little caps. Yeah, I mean, when you hit it with a hot air station, it definitely does make the goop come out. Some of it can just be a bit of flux as well, but yeah, there's definitely some goop there. Gotta love the goop. Now, there's ones in just this little mountain of plastic here. God, let's hope I don't melt things. And I do try not to melt things, but, you know, I'm not a magician. Oi! Anyone else see that? Oi! And the cap's still on, by the way. Oi! Are folks still here? I'm just curious. I mean, how many? Anyone still watching? People might be all recapped out by now. Knew that one was going. This one's out. Ended up stuck under that a little bit, but thankfully, a little tiny bit of meltage there, but nothing, nothing terrible. I do always say in my T's and C's that while I take all care trying not to melt things, if you involve soldering irons, hot air stations and plastic, there is always a chance for some minor meltage. But I always neaten that up like I'm doing at the moment. Once this is all ultrasonically cleaned, you won't even notice this. No, sir. Okay. Oh, and I did all of that off camera. Awesome. And it's out of focus. Why didn't someone tell me? You probably did. I just haven't been reading it. I haven't been here the entire time. I'm still here, Max. No one can ask more than that. Got some poppers on this one. Yeah. How are you deep cleaning the PS3 controller? Do you have a particular method for that, Max? Right. Hey, child. I just realised as I'm doing this that I don't actually do very many 475s. And I recognise the board instantly, but now that I actually come to whipping these caps off, I don't actually do that many of them. Oi! Nudge! Ow. Smouldering. Lots of IPA and some patience, fair enough. Oh, NK Morpheus, hello! Hello! So much plastic everywhere. It's very humid here today, because it has been raining. Makes it feel a lot hotter than it is. God, you look at the LC475 and you think, oh, there aren't very many caps on this, and then you realise there are heaps of them. They're just spread out all over the place. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Things get hot when you use soldering irons. and hot air stations. That's my one piece of, sort of insight for today. Who says you don't learn things on this channel? Soldering lines are hot. There you go. Trying to figure out how to get this to stay. Stay. Come off, you noodle. Thank you. Oh, actually, I'm just looking at this chitter chat here, and I realise that I need to check on my 3D print here to make sure that I haven't run out of filament. Uh-oh. I just changed channels on my microphone. There we go. It's probably better. So I have a little camera pointed on my 3D printer that I could look at any time. Because why not? Need to press that, and need to press that. Still printing. I think it's still printing. I'm running dangerously low on filament. It's a really long print, and I'd really hate for it to run out. I mean, I know I can switch the filament over, but I like living on the edge. There we go. That's the last cap. Now we can just clean these up and put new caps on. Hands up who hasn't burned a finger on a soldering iron before. Yeah. Yeah. I burned my foot on a soldering iron once. How about that? Can you beat that? I was very, very young at the time. I was probably only like 10 years old or something like that. And I was working with the soldering iron, and I was working on the floor. And I just left the soldering iron there on the floor, and then later on I walked across and walked over it and stepped on the soldering iron. And boy, oh boy, did I burn myself. Boy. Oh boy. My microscope needs cleaning, doesn't it? Someone should do a video on that. I wonder if I just clean this Barlow lens underneath, whether that'll make a difference. I think that might be a little bit better. I'm not going to bet money on it, but I think it is. Right, normal process for recapping is I get some new solder onto these pads, and I bit of flux, and I use heat, and I use flux, and I use new solder to clean these pads. And I keep doing it until the pads are a nice shiny lozenge like they are here. Little rectangular blobby thing. These ones aren't particularly dirty, so this is going to be a real quick cleaning process. There was something wrong with this 475. Let me just have a look. I think he said there was no audio or something was wrong with the video signal. I can't remember, but let me just have a quick look because there was a problem with it, I'm sure. This one? No, that was the analog board. Let's go to the logic board. Logic board, there we are. All of them should be working except the LC475 board, which has no video output. Okay, well, I wouldn't have normally expected these problems with the caps to affect the video output, so that could be something else going on there that we might need to investigate. Just looking to see if anything's knocked off. Those ones there that don't have any capacitors on them, they're meant to be like that, so don't freak out. Now I'm starting to get hot and sweat. Now, why did I turn the air conditioner off? Because I had the heater on, didn't I? Yeah. Do I chance it? Do I risk it? Do I risk having a blown fuse? Living on the edge? Oh, jeez, I'm hot. Yeah, lots of glue on the parts. So all of these old boards, the way they were put together, is they used to use like a pick and place machine that would squirt out some component adhesive on the board, and then the pick and place machine would then put the component on the adhesive, which would then be, it would then dry. I think usually with heat would dry it. So you'd have all the components in place, but just no solder on them. And then they would run the board through a solder bath, and it would adhere to all the metal. So that's why they have all that component adhesive on the back. They don't do it that way anymore, I should just mention. What they do these days is they use a process that's called stenciling, and that's when you have a board like this. They have a stencil they lay over top, and the stencil has holes cut in it everywhere where there is a pad. And they use the stencil to then put a coating of solder paste on. So you end up with solder paste, which is, solder paste is basically just flux with tiny, weeny little beads of solder in it. And it just looks like a paste. And the solder paste goes onto all of these pads, and then they use a pick and place machine to drop the components on the pads, which have solder paste on them. And then they heat the board, the solder paste melts and secures the part to it. So they don't use adhesive anymore, they just use solder paste. So there you go. Learning things, unless you already knew it, in which case you didn't learn anything. Right, this is going to be a quick clean, I'm telling you. These pads are just in such good nick. I kind of really do want to get this recapped so that I can test it out, because I want to see this video signal issue. So we've got to work fast, okay? Work fast, talk fast. When you actually get PCBs made, professionally made, you know, like you send off your Gerber files and get those made overseas, you have the option with those to get a stencil at the same time. So you can take them home, you can, you know, put your your solder paste on there. Just put your components down by hand, and then just heat them with a hot air station, or put them in the oven or whatever, and melt the solder and make your components stick. But I don't do it that way because I love surface mount soldering. So I don't use solder paste. It's like, for me, it takes all the fun out of this sort of soldering. I love putting things like this on, and like this on. Love it, love it. Regrettably, if you're looking for pre-made solder kits, they generally don't have anything that difficult because they're trying to make them for people to be a little bit easy. If you're looking for a challenge like that, you probably have to go to one of those hobby websites where people post their own PCB designs. You can then look at getting those PCBs made, purchase all of the components, and build yourself things. It's fun. The downside with it, it's not like a ready-made kit where you just have all of the bits included. You've got to go out and buy them all yourself, and that sucks. With a BOM, or Bill of Materials. Yeah. I can smell plastic at the moment, and that's not plastic from this board. It's plastic from this UV. Sorry, this what do you call this thing? This is a wick. From this wick. The little container is melting. Horrible smell. Right, let's just check and see if I got them all clean. 1, 2, 3, yep, they all look clean. I probably missed one because I usually do, but I think they're all done. Ed Retrotech, hello, thank you for joining. Time of the day is it where you are at the moment? Let's get some caps, shall we? Caps. Some caps. Yes, I mean, yeah, leaded solder, pretty nasty. I need a guide. I need a recapping guide. Does anyone know where you find recapping guides? Apart from in this folder. We're getting into the LCs now. There we go, LC475. Thank you very much. 2 100 microfarad 6.3 volt and 9 47 microfarad 16 volt. So let's start off with the 100 microfarad 6.3, and I'll grab a couple of those to satisfy my OCD. Make sure that they are the same manufacturer. Yes, they are. Let's go. And they live up here near the sound chips. This is the sound chip, by the way, right there. Boom. 343S0129-01. It's an Apple chip. Oh, it's Texas Instruments, of course, but it's copyright Apple. Now, this is the same sort of chip that you'll find on a Color Classic. Same sort of sound chip. And Color Classics have a lot of problems with these. I have a stack of these because I bought as many as I could find. Because they fail a lot. And I didn't want to not have them. Oh, thank you very much, Jay. Bob'sRecappingStuff.com. Or Bob. Where are we? All right, so I'm going to ask you a completely computer unrelated question. This is a question which I love getting the answer to this one, because I actually, when people talk about this, I find it fascinating. It's a nice little window into the human psyche. What is a movie that you know is terrible, but you enjoy it anyway? So in other words, it's something that, you'll quite openly say to someone, that movie is bad, but you enjoy it anyway. Let's call it a guilty pleasure movie. Anyone got a guilty pleasure movie? I know I've got a few. B movie. Yep, I can understand that. Tremors. Well, see, Tremors, I disagree. I actually think Tremors is a great movie. I don't think that's a bad movie at all. I mean, it was done on a low budget, but I mean, they did some amazing things with special effects. Some of those, the interaction between the two main characters on Tremors, I can't remember the name. Yeah, obviously, Kevin Bacon was one, and I can't remember the name of the other guy. Was just gold. Some of the lines between them were funny. And it was very suspenseful. So I actually think Tremors is a good movie. Okay, it's a B movie, it's a B grade movie, but I still think it's a very good movie. 11 p.m. in Toronto. Okay, Independence Day. Yep, I can see that. I enjoy Independence Day, and that's rubbish. I agree with that. B movie. Now I don't know that I've actually seen B movie. I know that's the one that kind of takes off all the other kind of B movies and stuff. I think I might have seen bits of it. But I don't think I've seen the whole thing. Toxic Zombies, terrible. It sounds like my sort of movie. Debbie Does Darwin. Plan 9 from Outer Space. Yeah, well, that's a movie that's so bad, it's good. One of the old what's his name, Ed Wood movies. Anyone who hasn't seen the movie Ed Wood with what's his name, Johnny Depp playing the part of Ed Wood, definitely worth watching. It's a great film. It's in black and white. Also had what's her name in it? What's her name? Can't remember her name. Come on. I really did these around the wrong way, didn't I? I've soldered myself into a hole. Come on, Bruce, I thought you were a professional. Get in there. Oh, God, I'm going to have to change tips because I'm an idiot. What else have we got? Let's get my bent convex. So, what have we got? Titanic? Yeah, I can see that. I know there's a lot wrong with Titanic, but I can understand just going along for the ride. Of course, we all knew how it was going to end, didn't we? Transformers, the movie. The first one wasn't too bad. I didn't mind that one. The Giant Claw, Michael Mullet, goodness me. I cannot believe you've seen that movie. The Giant Claw, far out. That film, that is one of the worst movies ever made. Oh, my goodness. That bird, the actual Giant Claw, the model that they use for that is just horrendous. Anyhow, that's anyone who hasn't seen Giant Claw, go out and see it. Let's Go to Prison. I don't know that one. I'm assuming that's a movie name and you're not just saying let's go to prison. Forbidden Food. I assume Forbidden Plant is meant to be Forbidden Planet. I haven't seen that in a long time. I did see it, but and was it Barnwell? Barnwell? I can't read that very well. I think that is. I don't know that one. The script and acting suck, but I love it. Yep. Barbarella. That's another. Yeah, Barbarella's terrible, but I don't understand that. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. You know, I think I may have seen that. Sharknado. Never seen it. Tried to get my wife to watch it, and she's like, "No way, I'm never watching that." I want to watch it, but I'll have to watch that one on my own if I'm going to. Most movies with Nicolas Cage. Yep, fair enough. The Warriors. Don't know that one. Actually, there's missing a cap at C7. Oopsie. Let's get that one sorted out, shall we, Steve? The Blob. Which one? The first one or the second one? The Blob with what's his name? Because they did do a remake. The original one had, I think, Steve McQueen in it, and the new one had who was it? It was one of the Dillon brothers or something like that. I can't remember. The original animated movie, not the Michael Bay film. Never seen it. How about that? Manos, The Hand of Fate. Dusk Till Dawn. That's actually quite a good film. Well, I mean, I know it's not, but you know, that film. I mean, in particular, like some of the stuff at the beginning, the very beginning, with Tarantino playing the part of that sort of unhinged brother. It's like, whoa, you know. I mean, that was actually, there was some good suspense there, and then it just sort of turned into a completely different sort of movie. You know, like about halfway in, the film just changed direction massively. Okay, now we've got a whole bunch of 47 microfarad 16. This is our favourite size for Macs. We've got 9 of them, as it turns out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, perfect. Got the exact amount. Now, I'm going to tell you what my one is. I've actually got 2 guilty pleasure movies. Ones that, you know, I really like watching, but I know are garbage. And I probably have way more than 2, but these are the 2 that I'm going to mention. One is Dumb and Dumber with, you know, Thingy and Thingy. I actually really like that, but that film is just like so much crass nonsense. So that's one of them. And the other one is Doom with The Rock in it. Now that one I know is rubbish. I mean, I challenge anyone to tell me it's not rubbish. But for some reason, I really like it. I like watching it. I've watched it many times. I'll probably watch it again. Jim Carrey, that's the name I was thinking of. Doom is such garbage. I told you. I mean, I'm not trying to tell anyone that Doom is a good film. It's not. It's just for whatever reason, for some stupid reason, I really like watching it. Definitely not trying to talk anyone into thinking it's something that it's not. I might end up keeping this tip on the iron just for a little bit, because I do have a few tight squeezes on this board next to some plastic. I might do those next, and then I can change back to my nice one. There we go. Couple of 47s down. Has been properly installed. Hooray! Using the conical tip today, just for a bit. Oh, Mike's back. Did you go away, Mike? I feel like I haven't seen any comments from you for a while. Maybe you fell asleep. Check out Bulletproof Monk. Okay. I'll give that a whirl. Right, so these suck. So let's do these ones next. Need a nice healthy dose of flux. So the thing is that there are obviously movies that are classified under the so bad it's good banner. And essentially they're films that are just so horrendously bad that they're funny to watch. And some of the films that kind of fit under that would be things like Plan 9 from Outer Space, The Giant Claw, even something like the 80s Flash Gordon film. That one, it's a laugh, but it wasn't meant to be funny. Sharknado is another one where it's, you know... But sometimes movies don't quite get there. They're bad, but they're not bad enough to be funny. They're just, like, unwatchable, you know? Okay. So I'm going to do this one while I've got my conical tip on, because we're right in the midst of all this plastic. Out the way. This, ironically, I'd actually be better off with the bevel tip for this one. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something here. I'm going back to my bevel tip. I like my bevel tip. I'm going back to my bevel tip. I'm going to move this right down. It'll work better sitting right down here. Right. Fifth Element's a great film. Comcast, your favorite supplier. Okay. Battlefield Earth. Never seen it. I'm really not compelled to see it, but you know, again, Battlefield Earth is one of these films that I have heard. I haven't seen it, so I can't say that I have heard is just bad. It's not so bad it's good. It's just bad. Oh, God's District 9, not funny but bad. Yeah, District 9, I was expecting a lot more from that. I thought District 9 was going to be a lot better than it was. I'd had some people actually tell me it was really good. And I didn't really think that much of it, to be honest. Da-da-da. Got some meltage for there. Yeah, I melted that before. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I enjoyed that movie. I like, don't let him leave until I come and get him. Okay. Don't leave unless you come and get him. No. Even if we come and get him. But I'll be honest, I am a bit of a Python fan. Just in general. There we go. I like to make my meltage look purposeful. Alright, so we've got those two ugly little ones in. These ones aren't as bad. We've got good access to these ones, so let's whack some more caps on. I don't know if anyone noticed, but I got all 9 caps out in one go. And it was really just trying my luck, testing my luck with the old capacitor fairies. They come in and they steal the caps when I'm not looking. Need more solder. I don't know if there's anyone here who's watching the stream for the first time. Most of the time, the people that are watching my streams are people that do watch them quite regularly. So I'm often careful about repeating myself, saying things that that people are likely to have heard before. But I do have to keep in mind that every now and again there are going to be people watching that haven't watched this before. And I should just occasionally point out that I have a particular style of soldering which isn't necessarily the same as other people's, and it isn't necessarily what other people recommend. And that is, I use a very, very, very hot soldering iron, as hot as my soldering iron will actually go. And most people, they'll say to you, that soldering iron is too hot, don't use it too hot, bad. Whereas it is just the way I solder. And so I put these things on, and you'll see that when I do this soldering, I do it really, really quickly. So the heat's on. I've got a huge amount of heat, but it's only there for a very, very short period. And I just wanted to mention that because anywhere you go that is teaching you how to solder will not tell you to use the temperatures I use. So you might have a soldering iron, and you might be doing this stuff at home, and then you think, why doesn't the solder work the same way it does when I watch these videos of Branches doing his thing? And that's the reason why I run the soldering iron stupidly hot. It isn't necessarily what I would recommend for people starting out. It's something that, you know, some getting used to and what. But I just wanted to mention it. I feel it is my duty. Around the right way. Haven't been paying too much attention to whether I'm putting these on the right way. I'm just sort of hoping that my brain just does it without me thinking. So far, so good. 2 more caps to go, folks. And we shall have some testing time. Okay. Scratch your arms off. Oh dear, we're hitting all the Holy Grail quotes here now. God, the 1998 Godzilla one is one I love to hate watch. Yeah, okay, so is that the one that had Ferris Bueller in it? What's his name? I can't remember his name. It's gone. Battlestar Galactica in 1980. Yeah, I've never seen that. The Truman Show. The Truman Show is a good film. I like that movie. Money Train. Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson. Yeah. Oh, actually, there's another guilty pleasure movie I love watching. Under Siege with Steven Seagal. Because, I mean, my God, Steven Seagal, he's such a terrible actor. But I really enjoy Under Siege. I can watch that pretty much any time. Can't stand any of his other movies, but I like Under Siege. Okay, now here's what I want you to do. Apparently he's a complete tool to work with as well. There we go. And the last one is around here. What brand are those girls? It is time play similar to Tantalum Cats for electrolytic. Well, they die in 15 years for no reason. Yeah, basically what Dana said. No, tantalum caps last a really, really long time. They're incredibly reliable as long as they're used within their range, within their capability. And it's the evidence for that is in computers like the Quadra 700, which use tantalum capacitors rather than surface mount electrolytic, and they are still going strong. I've only actually had, I think, one computer that had a failed tantalum on it. And to be honest, all I did when I got it is I just replaced it with one with a higher voltage rating. So that one will probably be good forever now. Good as gold. Incidentally, for those who might be interested to know, tantalum has one of the highest melting points of any metal on the periodic table. The brand of, oh, by the way, the brand of the caps is Kemet. 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 I'm so far behind in this chat. Ordering matte caps. ESR is a number of tantalum caps, always references important. So if you're talking about caps for this sort of replacement that I'm doing here, my recommendation would be to jump on to Recap a Mac, because not all, but a lot of the guides that I have do actually have links to the caps that I would recommend, the ones that I use on this. And they're like, I think, Mouser links for where you can buy them. And most of the Macs use the same. 47 microfarad 16 volt, 100 microfarad 6.3 volt, 1 microfarad 50 volt, and 10 microfarad 16 volt. So almost all of these old Macs, it's one of those four. It's a combination of those four. This one uses 9 47 microfarad 16 and 200 microfarad 6.3. So the thing is that if you go on and you have a look at those guides and you find those caps, you'll find in general, most of the time, they're the same on other Macs. So, Pirates of the Caribbean, I didn't mind that one. First one. Working on 2 of them, a Classic 2 and an LC. Yep, they all use the caps that I've just described. They all use combinations of those 4. Anything you should watch out with a Quadra 700? All I can tell you is based on what happens to them when they come to me. Make sure you check your battery. If you're storing it, take your battery out. The biggest problem with the Quadra 700s is they shipped with batteries that are prone to exploding. I've gone all Sean Action Retro here. They are prone to exploding when they get old. So the biggest, when it comes to Quadra 700s that get sent to me, it's battery explosions. So as long as you're taking the battery out when you're storing it, and you're checking the battery or you're replacing it regularly, you should be fine. Bring you hours of pleasure. And can I also say, what a great computer they are. Love a Quadra 700. Right, so just quickly going to check that I've got all the polarities right on these before I throw some power at it. Good. Oh god, that one's a bit crooked. The last one I did too. I must have been getting excited. Someone see what I did here? Look at this. No, you didn't see it. Look at this. Check your work. Check your work. Bridge to pins. Like an amateur. Oh no, it was just a solder ball. Came off with the flux. It's fine. Oh well. Alright. So I think we're ready to throw some power at this and connect it up to a screen. And oh wow, do I have any RAM? Oh, it's got some RAM built in. This one has VRAM built in too, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. I think that's it there. Or is that the ROMs? High low, they're the ROMs. Okay, so they're not VRAM. Does it have VRAM built in? Can you run a 475 without VRAM? Okay. Who knows? Yeah, actually, just echoing what Dana said there about you got one of the most solid Macs ever made. I would agree with that. The power supplies can sometimes go on them, but you know, I mean, apart from that, they're a pretty rock solid Mac, and you know, they were in Jurassic Park, so what more could you ask? I've seen Jurassic Park so many times. I saw that movie 3 times in a cinema. I was so blown away by the special effects. 3 times. Read the book as well. Right. All right. Let's see if we can get this started. If anyone knows whether I can do this without VRAM installed, I'd be interested to know. But we'll just see what happens. We'll try it anyway. So this is the one where he was basically saying he wasn't getting any video out. So, I better change my view, shouldn't I? Go to the stock view for this bit. Top view. Top view. I just don't feel like I've done anything that would repair a problem with the video out. That's going into that one. Speaker. I think that's the speaker. One of them's the fan and one of them's the speaker. I don't know. One or the other. No. Okay. Power supply. Thankfully, he gave me one in the box. I mean, I do actually have one, but he wants me to recap that as well. I'm just going to take a chance that this one still works, which it probably will. We'll connect that there. Plug it in. Get some power connected to it. 240 volts. We like that. And bing. Yep, I heard a chime, so that's good. At least I know I've got the speaker plugged into the right one. Not getting any video. VGA cable in back of the screen seems awfully loose. I think we're okay. But thank you for that. Appreciate that. So I am going to go get some VRAM because I just don't see any VRAM chips on this, so it might need VRAM to work. Thank you very much to 92 Greens 34. Very nice things to be said. Right, so I am going to have to go up and get some VRAM to see if the VRAM is the problem with the VRAM. Let's say VRAM again. So I am going to pop up, I'll grab my VRAM, and I'll be right back. Back. Hey, what's up, guys? Here we go. Right. I've got a few things here. I grabbed a 32 megabyte RAM sim. Known good. A couple of 512K VRAM sims. Known good. Now, is this one of the ones that needs a battery in it to start? Who knows? I've changed the... I'm going to change this, because this one's the one I use generally for 2CIs and LCs. It has the sync on green thing, so that could be a problem. So I just have this one set slightly differently. And... okay, got that. Got that. And let's just see what happens now, shall we? There's a nice chime. It's a little quiet, but it's chiming. We are going to try it with a battery as well, because I do know that there are some of these just have quirks about them. Like, you know, you look on the low-end Mac stuff and they're like, oh, this one will not get video without a battery in it. It's like, oh, man. You're joking, aren't you? Yes, a battery required, I think. That's pretty much it's the same with a lot of these. You know, it's so funny. It's so often the plea of the desperate. I know, sort of. Bear with me on this one, but there've been a couple of times when I've been watching some of Steve's streams, and he's getting, you know, Steve Mac 84. He's been getting, you know, he's working on the same computer for hours, and he's just getting frustrated, and he's trying to get it to work. He's not getting anything. It's like, is this one of the computers that needs the battery? It's that kind of like that last desperation. Please let it just be the battery. Okay. Right. So we have now got a battery in it. We have the video connected up. You know, I should connect the SCSI drive to it. Let's just make sure that I've got this on the right source, because HDMI AV1, AV2, VGA. It's VGA is what we're connected to. Not getting anything, but I know it doesn't look too well connected, but it is connected. No signal. So it does appear that this one does have a problem with the video out. What we are going to do is we're going to see if it is actually working without it. So this doesn't particularly surprise me. This was the original description the person gave, that this one has no video out. But these caps weren't bad enough for that to be the problem. And more importantly, that's not really a problem with these. You know, when your caps go bad, it's not usually affecting the video out. So I'm just going to switch this off. I'm going to connect a SCSI, external SCSI. And I might just terminate the internal bus so that, in case that causes any problems. So just, there we go, terminating the internal bus. And we'll just see if it boots up off the external. Got a light on it, so it's definitely getting power to SCSI. I'm not sure if it's just a video. Wow, is that smoke pouring out? Just joking. Okay, well, it does appear to be dead. It does appear to be dead and dead. I'm definitely getting power to SCSI, but it's not booting. The CPU is getting warm. I believe we've done everything right, and the fact that we do get a chime tells us quite a lot of things are good. But what I'm inclined to do... Oh, okay, broken pin on the CPU. Cool. Let's check that out, shall we? Because Jay said so. He's got no idea, but he said so. So we're going to satisfy his curiosity by whipping the CPU off and having a look at it. But if it was a broken pin on the CPU, I would expect it probably wouldn't chime. Off, you thing. Darned thing. Criminy. Gadzooks. I didn't check the voltages. I should have done that. I do that next time. This is me taking the CPU off just to satisfy Jay's curiosity. I think I've got a spare one here. Not that one. What's this one? This one's a 20. What's this one? 25. But I do have a spare CPU if we wanted to test that. But as I say, I honestly don't believe it's a CPU. Oh, what a surprise, all the pins are fine. Okay. Where's the, there we are, that way. Can only go on one way, which is kind of good. Right. So, what we want to do now is we just want to check the voltages coming out of that power supply and make sure that the power supply isn't the issue. Whoops, I should have done the other one first, shouldn't I? Some sort of loser. I don't think we're probably going to wrap things up because, my goodness, this is turning into a long live stream. I mean, come on. I'm Brankus, not Mac 84. Uh-oh. I rolled over my my probe. Oh, crud. There we go. Oh, crap. It started raining again. Right. Switch him on. Let's get our little probies here. And check some voltages. Let's go that one there and that one there. 5.1. 12.7, and that's the other other thing. Yeah, so 12 and 5 are good. It's probably not that surprising given the fact that we did get the light on the SCSI. So just have a quick look here to see if there is anything obvious. Your print should be, oh, far out. I haven't checked the print. Should have checked it when I went up there. I wonder if there's still filament on the roll. I'm freaking out now. I'm going to go check. I'll be right back. Oh my, it's very close, but I think we'll be fine. I think I think I'll get the whole thing printed with the little bit of filament that I've got left there. We'll see. Okay, so here's a question for everyone. If a friend gives you a plant as a gift and you kill the plant, does it make you a bad friend? Right, let's see what we can do here. We'll turn the air conditioner back on for starters because I'm hot. Well, humid. Then we'll move this power supply out of the way, and then we're just going to have a glance over this and see if there's anything obvious that we can see that might be giving us our problems. The fact that I do actually get a quiet chime is good, but there could be other things wrong. We'll just see. Only if you intentionally killed it. No, okay, fair enough. Does neglecting to water it qualify as intentionally? I'm just curious. Asking for a friend. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Stream was behind by like 2 minutes. Okay. So we could have been getting some very interesting comments from Steve there. Hello, little solder ball. So I'm looking for anything that might be off. Fluff, fluff, fluff. Yeah, it's interesting that you're saying that, Jay, because I am of exactly the same mind. I have this feeling that if I ultrasonic this board, we'll be good to go. Which is probably what I'll end up doing. But it'd just be nice to have something that actually switched on and worked, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? There's crud under here. Look at that, it's bad. Look for any bent pins along here. Because what does often happen when I get boards sent to me, you just see sometimes one of these bent over and touching the pin next to it. Flip him over. Now to start off with this, I'm going to just do this by eye. Look at it with the microscope. Your mic is picking up serious interference. Oh, okay. You know what that is? Almost definitely. I've been streaming for so long. The battery's probably going to fail. So just bear with me a second. Oh, it's gone off. So you will only be hearing this, I would say. And interference from the actual battery. Testing 1, 2, 3. Better? Better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're better. Sorry guys, sorry about that. Flat battery. Time for charging. Okay, thank you for letting me know, by the way. I do apologise for all of the discomfort. Okay, yeah, there we go, all good. Yes, I mean, as soon as I saw that I was getting that the interference, I knew what it was. I knew. I just had to deal with it as quickly as possible. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab this and I'm going to look at it at a slight angle with my goggles on. If I can find my goggles, there they are. And I'm just going to look for anything that looks like it might have been knocked off the bottom. Ooh. What's going on there? Don't like the look of R21. I'm going to have a look at that under the scope in a minute. They'll look okay. Far out. That's not right. So we're going to have a look at R21 under the microscope. You see if you can tell me what's wrong with it. Huh? Huh? That's not right. It's not meant to look like that. Let's see if we're actually getting any resistance across it. I am reading 6.5 no, 6.5 That's 300. I don't think I'm meant to be getting 6.5 So that has definitely been knocked off at some stage. We're not looking at it. It's definitely been knocked off at some stage. So we're gonna have to deal. We have to deal with that. Yeah. And see the scraping that's happened around it. Not good. All right. So what do you reckon goes here? Should we just try every resistor I have until we get it right, or should I go and get another board? I mean, that resistor looks like it's been snapped in half. Definitely been some mistreatment here. I'm not judging anyone. We don't know that it was intentional. Bridge it for now. I'm not going to do that. This is designed by all these clever people. They measure things proper. Wow, look at that crunchy bit. Is that crunchy bit a piece of the resistor? The broken resistor? Crunchy bit. Crunchy bit. Right, and then let's get rid of all that solder. I'm sorry about this, guys. I do apologise. But I'm going to have to go back up the house again and get this bloody... Oh, actually, I wonder if I have a 475 down here. I might have a 475 down here. Let's look at what we have here first, shall we? Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Right, what's this one? First one I grab is a mess. I think it's an LC2. The second one I grab, I know, is not an LC because it's got restart buttons. Oh, far out there. I've got a real issue with my donor boards. I need more space for them. Okay, let's see if we've got a 475 in here. Come on, come on. I think because I'm almost certain I have two 475 boards here. Here's one. Here's one. Hello. Thank you for watching. Hello, friend. Right. Let's get the numbers off this R21. We can figure out what it is. R21, 472. That means 47, what, with 2 zeros after it? So 4.7 ohms, I think. Was that right? No, hang on. Carry the 1, and 44, 4.7 kilo ohms. There we go. So yeah, that's right. 4,700 ohms. 47, 2 zeros, 4,700, 4.7 kilo ohms. Yeah, you see? I told you I know electronics. Let's have a look and see if I've got one. Is it 0805? Close enough. What did I say? What did I say it was? It was 47K. 820, we'll keep going up. 4. K3, 4.3K. Come on. Come on. 435, 10.5. Typical. You have this set with like every resistor you think could ever possibly be made. 3.3, 4.3, 4, yeah, no, I don't have a 4.7. I'm going to have to rate it off this other board. I would have liked to have put a new one on, but nope. Nope. I've got a thing like this. Whole stack of surface mount components. Very, very handy. So far, haven't been able to use one of them because they don't have the sizes I need. There's like thousands in there, but just not the ones I need. Okay, so let's grab our little friend off this one. This is a donor board. I can't remember what was wrong with this one, but yep. Oh, hang on, this is something different. Or is it? It's got a ROM sim in it. Oh yeah, no. What? It does. This one's got a like a ROM sim or something. It's different. I mean, it's the same but different. 03648. Yeah, it's the same board. Creepy. Okay. 4.7K is super common, just not in my little collection of resistors that I got there. I'm really pushing my luck at the moment with the electricity I'm using down here. Off she goes. Come back here. And pop him on there. We'll get ourselves a little bit of flux on there. Flux makes everything good. Grab myself a little bit of solder. Probably got a bit more than I need. Sticking up a bit because of that adhesive. I don't care. He's on. I don't care. I do what I want. I do care. Oh, what time is it for you right now? Yes, Apple's Anonymous. You are exactly right. Yes, it is sort of 3:50 something. Hail Santa? What? What? All right. Okay. So let's see if that's helped. I mean, that would make me. If this still doesn't work, I would look a little bit closer. I mean, I'm very wary of a situation like this where it's been mistreated in a way that it's knocked a component off or damaged a component. In this instance, snapped a component kind of in half, sheared it off. So, you know, if this still doesn't work, there are certainly plenty more things that I can do. Oh, goodness me. That scared the life out of me, that did. Someone moving the bin. Where are we? Top view. Top view. Oh, wait, can't I move that? Out of the way. Out of the way. And let's get some sound. And let's get some picture. And let's get some SCSI. And let's get some power supply, if I can find it, wherever I put it. Where did I put it? I put it somewhere. Put it somewhere. Here it is. It's here. And let's get some RAM. And let's get some VRAM. Good collector Mac this, by the way. Anyone who's wanting to get into the old vintage Mac scene, I would generally say that the 475 or the 605 is not a bad one to get in your collection. Nice and small. Can often pick them up for a bargain, in particular if you picked up one with a bit of case damage. So, you know. Need battery, I think. I'm going to test that theory. Alright, we're all plugged in, apart from the battery. Oh, and I wanted to do my internal termination. Okay, and let's put this sort of in view. Chimed. Nothing. I mean, it's got to check the RAM. Got to give it that. Oh, of course we do have to put the battery in because it might need the battery. That's that whole. Maybe it needs a battery. Goes the battery. And try again. It's interesting though, isn't it, that we, you know, sort of that one did actually have a component knocked off it. You'll wonder what happened to it. Well, we're not getting any activity on the SCSI. We're not getting any on the video. I am going to try. Yeah, I would expect. Yeah, even if it was the video output, you would still expect to get something there. Let's just try this. What do you press to make it restart? This key command. Let's control Apple something. I want to see if I can get it to restart. Okay, not. Okay, so we're still not here yet. I'm probably going to stop the stream at this stage, only because, my goodness, this could just keep going for ages. And I do need to stop for some food. Been at this for quite some time now. It's got to be one of my longest streams, I would think. But unfortunately, it's been a very disappointing one. I mean, I've got the analog board there ready to put caps on, but we didn't get a chance to test that because, oops, it was already off. Shush. We didn't have any luck with the Spaghetti Mac 2, but again, we're going to clean that one next. We didn't have any luck with this LC475. It's been a right dud of a thing, hasn't it? I mean, far out. Sorry, guys. Didn't get to see anything boot up. I have to choose more, more likely successes next time, won't I? I'll choose ones that I know just like, because there's a classic here, classic analog logic board. Could have just recapped that one. They're a piece of cake. Does that PSU work? Yeah, I think so. Do you want me to go get another power supply? Just so we can be sure. Just so we can be sure, I'll go get another power supply. Just want to see if anything else has been damaged in this vicinity. Oops. This thing has definitely copped a bit of mistreatment. But nothing here making me think specifically that it's going to stop it from working. Right, can't read that with these on. So, yes, alright, we've got yeses to the power supply. So I am going to quickly duck up and grab the power supply. I won't be long. Geez, I've left like about 5 times this one. Backseat. Okay, so you might recall just a little while ago I took everything off the board. Now I've got to put it all back on again. battery. RAM. DRAM. And we'll start with that. We'll start with that. Spoiker. I think this power supply might be shot. Yeah. Some nice flopping going on there. Okay, it did chime, but it just went start off with, so something tells me this power supply is probably on the way out. I don't think I ever recapped that. Let's just take some voltage measurements. Measure. Let's measure. Now that's interesting. Now that's interesting. How interesting? Very interesting. Voltage is a bit high on this one. Just looking out to see if we get any activity on the SCSI. Oops, I didn't terminate the internal. So, got lots and lots of power supplies. Does suggest a short to ground, doesn't it? Except normally don't get that clicking there. I normally get the clicking in the power supply. It's weird. This is very weird. Tray's weird. See, here's the thing. I'm not getting anything. Oh no, yes I am. Yeah, okay. Yeah, not. It's all fine. Okay, so this power supply is better than that other one, so I wouldn't worry. I'm getting -5. I'm getting a good solid 12. I'm getting a good solid 5. So I am quite confident and pleased and happy and thrilled with the state of this power supply. So it's not the power supply. It's something else. So yeah, it's going to have to. I'm going to have to keep searching this one. Obviously, going to ultrasonically clean it. That's a given. I am going to have a bit more of an inspection. Search for any shorts to ground that I might have made. But you know, here's the thing. This is not something that I believe has happened during my recapping, because it's matching the symptoms that it arrived to me with. I mean, there's basically a person was telling me that he said there's no video out. Now, the problem is more than just no video out, but because it chimes when you switch it on, you can understand why someone would say, oh, it's just a problem with the no video, because it chimes, but I'm not getting a picture. But it is a greater problem than that, because it's not actually booting, because we've got a SCSI connected to it, and we're not getting any activity on the SCSI light. And so it has a system on it, so it should flicker. It should get a little flicker. Try to power on without the SCSI to SD connected. I can do that. I can do that. Okay, SCSI to SD is not connected. Connect that. And connect some video. Right, plug them in. Oopsie. Got a nice chime. Very quiet chime, but the speaker's in a terrible condition, so that doesn't really surprise me. If anyone would like me to double check the state of this battery, we have got 3.678 volts. It's a good one. I don't carry duds here. No, sir. So anyhow, it's we're gonna have to keep looking. We know that there has been physical damage to this board from removal or something like that at some stage. So we, you know, you can read into that. There could well be some damage in other places. So I'm going to have to look around this on under the microscope, doing a little bit of this sort of stuff here. I'm just hunting around, seeing if I can see any scratches or damaged traces or something like that. So around here was where I was before. This is where the damaged cap was. And I don't see any traces here that look like they might be shot. But I certainly do need to look around a little bit more. Getting a nice glare on this board. It's awesome. Oh, squeaky. What does the underside of the display connector look like? I did actually have a look at that before. That's the display connector there. And these are all the things behind it. Ding goes the bell. And I've actually looked right down the barrel of the display connector as well. See if there's anything bent inside it, and it appeared to be okay. One thing I do need to do is a sideways glance. Sorry, I know this is very boring, folks. My apologies. This is one of the little sort of tricks that I use when people send me boards. I look at things at an angle like this. It often shows off problems that you don't see when you're looking at it flat ways, flat down, flat. That little solder ball there, nasty little solder ball. Well, I definitely think the next thing with this one will be an appointment with the ultrasonic cleaner. Then another test. And then more inspection if it still doesn't work. But I am going to release you all from sort of being tied to this never-ending live stream. Let you go back to your lives. See your loved ones. Try and return to some normality. It's very dusty. This is the back of the display connector, by the way. There's some crusty stuff on this, isn't there? See, look at that. Bit of a mean crust on that there. There's our SCSI. And that's our ADB there. Alright, I've had enough. I'm going to have a break, have a cup of tea, have a bit of relax, come back, do some ultrasonic things. I just want to, before I do go very quickly, I'm just going to change here to top view. Bada bing. Move this to one side. Let's get rid of this. Seeing as it is not needed. Don't need a display if you're not getting video output. And we lose a battery. Battery somewhere down there. At least I have another one up here. Where'd it go? God, how far? Oh, there it is. It's a lot easier to find things down the floor screen. Battery. Alright, let's have a quick look. Catch up here. It was about the solder ball. Did you solder both sides of the tantalum there? I think so. Which tantalum? I mean, I'm pretty sure all of the tants are soldered on both sides. Let's have a look. Yes. Yes. Yules, both soldered. Yules, don't mind checking though. Yules. Look at that. Yep. Yes. Multimeter falling down. Yes. Yep, they're all done. All soldered. Yeah, these little power supplies are pretty easy to recap compared to some of the big ones, some of the big nasty ones. Like I've heard the Quadra 900 or 950 is an absolute nightmare to do. So. Beep, 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 beep. See that pic I put on the Discord server? Me, probably not. I generally don't look at the Discord server very much, and I apologise for that. If you mention my name, I might sometimes see it. Okay, so, just so that everyone can see it, this is the analog board out of the Mac Classic after it's been ultrasonicked and dried, and, well, there it is. Delicious. Looking a lot cleaner. You can see all the gunky rings and stuff are all gone from there. And that, flip him over. Still a little bit grubby around here. There's not much I can really do about that, because that's actually a little bit, it's kind of eating into the traces there. Might clean a couple of those up. But on the whole, we're not too bad. See, look at the mask coming off. We're going to have to paint new mask all on this, because I don't want to leave that copper exposed. Alright, I recycle that Apple Mac. Hello there. Right, well, I am afraid that is it for today. If you have just arrived and you are feeling robbed, I do apologise, but you can always go right back to the beginning and watch one of my longest live streams ever. We only had minimal amounts of technical faults in this one, you know, probably only 2 or 3 times we had it. So, a big thank you to everyone who has been watching. I do appreciate it. I have enjoyed your company. I'm going to jump across here to this view. No, not that view. This view. No, this view. This view. There we go. And I will say just a big thank you to everyone for watching. Appreciate you spending the time. Thank you to everyone for subscribing. As I said, I'll probably either tonight or tomorrow morning I'm going to hit the 10,000K mark. 10,000K. The 10K mark. The 10,000 subscriber mark, and that's a real achievement. And I thank everyone who has subscribed to my channel. I really appreciate everyone sort of jumping on and watching and listening to me blather on about rubbish. So I will see you all at the next stream, which hopefully won't be too far away. I'm going to try and get back to doing one a week like I was before, and I've also got some good pre-recorded videos on the way too. So thank you to everyone. Sorry things didn't work out terribly well. If I do get any of these fixed, I will take photos and post it on my Facebook page. So that's the Brankist Facebook page. So, and thank you for all the super chats and all that sort of stuff. So we'll see you next time. Bye.